So when you open Maya for the very first time, this is the interface you are going to get. It is very simple, very straightforward until you get into Maya. If you just install Maya for the first time, you won't get the recents here. You're going to get all these panels here, and you're just going to get some welcome screen when you just open Maya for the very first time. And when you look at this part here, we have new, we have open, we have current project, and we have getting started. So to getting started, this is exactly what you are going to get when you open Maya. And we also have learning what's new and community. This is just everything you are going to get. So if you want to get into the interface of Maya, you have two options of doing that. You can hit on new, or you can hit the button right here that says go to Maya. When you hit either of these buttons, it is going to take you directly into Maya. Now, before we go into Maya, I want to explain something to you. When you look at this part here, you can see that we have current projects. There is something in Maya known as projects. When you start a project in Maya, the first thing you want to do is to create a project folder. When you create a project folder, it is going to hold everything you need for that particular project you are working on. And we are going to take a look at that in this lesson. It is going to hold the scenes, it's going to hold the textures, wherever thing you are going to need, it is going to create all those folders. So this folder, it's going to help you stay organized when you are working in Maya. So to go into Maya, we're just going to hit on new. To go into Maya, I already have a scene before, so I'm just going to hit on don't save. Okay, this is Maya. Maya, it's overwhelming when you just open it for the first time. There is a lot going on. Every part of Maya is filled up. When you put your eye on the left, you have different tabs. When you put your eye on the right, you have different tabs. When you look up and you look down, you have different panels. And that is the main reason why most people get frustrated when they get into Maya for the very first time. So I'm going to show you how to declutter Maya to help you stay focused. It is going to look less intimidating and easy for you to just make use of. But before we go into that, let's just learn the basic navigation in Maya. Unlike Blender, the navigation in Maya, it's very different and it is easy and straightforward. It's not like you making use of shortcuts in Blender. So when you look at the right part of Maya, you are going to see all your tools here. We have the select tool, we have the lasso tool, we have the pen selection tool, we have the move tool, rotate tool, and the scale tool. And when you come down to this part here, we have some other options. This does not really matter. And this, we have this as the panel layout, which is what we have right here, right now. And here we have 4-panel layout. And here we have 2-panel layout. So if I click on 4-panel layout, you can see that it has split my Maya viewport into 4 panels. Now, each of this panel is showing you different part of your model. This panel here is showing you the top of your model. This panel here is the perspective view where you can orbit around your model. And this is just the front view of your model. And this part is the side view of your model. So if you want to take it away from here, you just come back here and click on this, and it is going to return you back to the perspective mode. Now, if you just want only 2 panel, you're just going to come down to this part here and click on that. It is going to enable just 2 panel for you. It is very simple. Now, if you want to switch the panel, if you want to ask, because I know most of you will ask, how do you switch the panel? Maybe you want perspective on the right and you want the front view on the left. Maybe you want the perspective view on the left and you want the front view on the right. How are you going to do that? You can go over to panel here. You can come down to orthographic and you can just select anyone here. So if you want the perspective, you can just come down here and select perspective, and this is going to change to the perspective. And if you want this to be the front view, you come down to orthography and set it to front, and here it's going to be the front view. But I'm going to return this back to the front view and perspective. Now, if you want to get out of this, you just want to hit on this button here, and it is going to take you back to the default viewport. Now, when you look at this part here, you can see this is called the outliner, and you can see that this is highlighted here. If I click on that, it is going to hide the outliner, and when I click on it, it is going to bring the outliner. Everything you do in Maya, it's going to be on this outliner. We'll go in depth into this outliner when we start modeling. You are going to understand that. Now let's go to the top. When you look at the top, you can see that we have different tabs here. We have curves, we have surfaces, we have polymodeling, sculpting, UV editing, and so on. Now, having all of this here, it is going to be a lot. Where do I start from? Which one do I want to make use of? Which one is necessary for me to use? How do I learn all these things? Well, the good news for you is that you don't need all these things to create whatever you want to create in Maya. You just have to focus on the particular one you want to make use of it. So if you are modeling, you just want to focus on the poly modeling. And if you are animating, you just want to focus on the animating. If you are rendering, you focus on the rendering. Whatever it is you are doing, you focus on that particular tab. And this tab is known as shelves in Maya. This is the shelf, so you don't just call it tab. This is shelves where you have everything arranged. So from here, you can create any object you want to create, like the sphere, the cube, the cylinder, the cone, torus, and so on. You can easily create it from here. And you also have some tools that you can use here. You can see the tools here. But as we go into Maya, we are not going to be making use of most of all these things. I am going to show you how all this is really going to be simplified for you. Because if you don't want to make use of all this, you also have options of getting all this. You can also go over to the create and go to polygon primitives, and you are going to get everything you get here. And for tools, you can go over to mesh tools, and you are going to get all the tools you have here. But like I said, we are not going to be making use of all this. Everything is going to be simplified for you to follow along. And when you look at this top, we have different tabs here, which I am not going to touch on purpose because I don't want you to be everywhere in Maya. So the most important things you need to keep in mind when you are working with Maya, it's what we call the channel box. But most of the times you won't even go into the channel box except you want to do something advanced. The channel box, the attribute editor, this is where you are going to spend most of your time in Maya, the attribute editor. And we also have the modeling toolkit from here, which you can use to access some tools that you have here. This is it here. But you might not even make use of this modeling toolkit. So you can see Maya, there is a lot going on, but you don't need to know everything. Okay, before we go in and start talking about navigation, creating of objects, let's declutter Maya. How are we going to do that? Now, I am quickly going to point out something. I have already customized my Maya. Your Maya might look a little bit different, but not to worry. If you want to make use of my own workspace, you can check the link in the description. You can download it, and when you download it, you are just going to copy and replace the Maya folder in your document folder of your PC. And if you're on Mac, I've forgotten about Mac, so you can just find out how to fix that. Okay, so let's start. First, we are going to empty the Maya scene so that everything looks very simple for us. We are going to take away the things we don't need, and we are going to leave the things we need. For example, I don't need this panel here. I'm going to take it out because we have shortcuts to access all those panel and everything here. So we don't need it. So I can just click here and drag it out, and I'm going to close it. We don't need it. For this, I don't need this timeline here. I'm going to click and drag it out, and I'm going to close it. This, I also don't need it. The range slider, I'm going to close it. Now, one of the things most people fear a lot in Maya is the shelf. And for me, I detest the shelf in Maya. I really don't know why, but I don't like it. I only bring it when I want to make use of it. And when I'm not using it, you won't see it there. That is it. So now, to hide these shelves, you can just go over to Windows and go to settings and preferences. You come to hotkey editor. And when you go into the hotkey editor here in Maya, you can see that I already have hotkeys which I already saved, which is Mac. So if you want to change the hotkeys, you just want to come down here and go to Maya default. And when you go to Maya default, it is going to have the default hotkeys set in Maya. So if you want to change anything, you just come down here and search for commands. So you can just type in shelves and you can see it here, toggle shelves. Right here, when you double click on this part here, you can input the key combination you want to use to hide the shelves and review the shelf. So you can just say Control S, Control V, or whatever it is that you want to make use of. I set mine to Alt K, so I wouldn't be doing that here. I'm just going to switch back to my old hotkeys from here. And now when I hit on Alternate plus K, it is going to hide the shelf. And when I hit on Alternate plus K, it is going to bring the shelf back. Now you can see we are starting to declutter Maya. So I'm going to hit on Alt K to take away the shelves. The outliner, I usually don't keep the outliner on the left part. I also move it over to the right part of my Maya. So I'm just going to drag it out just like this, and I'm going to drop it here. So I'm going to have everything here. I have my modeling toolkit, I have my attribute editor, and I have my channel box. Everything is just here. So if I want Maya on full screen completely, I can just click on this and my Maya goes into full screen. By default, your grid is not going to be this way. I change the color of my grid. And if you want to do that, you can go to display and come down to this part that says grid and click on this button right there next to the grid. So from here, you can play around with the colors and change the color. So when you do that, you just hit on apply and it is going to take effect immediately. If you don't want to change this, you can leave it to the default way your Maya is. But if you want to change it, you can go ahead and change it. And if you import my own workspace into your Maya, it is going to automatically change all this to fit what I have here in my own Maya. So I'm going to close this. Now, if you are done customizing the interface of your Maya, and you want to save it, just in case you want to go over to this part here that says workspace, you can see that currently we are in general. So when you click on this drop down menu, you are going to get different options. So this is my own workspace I am using, which is exactly what we have here. So if you want to save your own workspace, you can just come down to this part here and hit on save current workspace as. And when you hit on that, just input the name you want to. And when you save that, just hit on OK. Once you are done, when you come down to this part here, you are going to see it at the top of your Maya. Now, if you make any mistake and you want to go back to the default layout, you just want to come down to this part that says reset current workspace and click on that. It is going to reset the workspace back to default. Now that we understand how to declutter Maya and make Maya simple for us to follow along, I am just going to come down to this part here and switch to my own default workspace, which I use in Maya. You can see it is exactly what we just created not too long ago. Okay, let's go into the most interesting part of Maya, which is creating objects in Maya. So to create objects in Maya, you have many ways of doing that. So to create an object in Maya, you can go over to create here, go to polygon primitives and select sphere, and it is going to create a sphere for you. But if you don't want to create the sphere, you can also go back there, polygon primitives, and select anything you want to create. Now, another way you can do that is by right clicking, is by holding down shift on your keyboard, and you right click and hold down. Just right click and hold down, not right click and hold down. You are going to get this marquee menu in Maya, which you can use to create different objects you want to create. So if I want to create a cube, I'm just going to select a cube, and the cube is going to appear in the middle of my viewport. Now, another way you can do this, you can also access all these menus you have here inside of your viewport by holding down spacebar. And when you hold down spacebar, you are going to get all the menus you have here. Take a look at that and see you have everything here and even extra depending on what you want. Now, if you want to create, just go over to create, left click and hold down polygon primitives, while you still left click and hold down and move over to whatever it is you want to create. Let's say cylinder. And once you do that, it is going to appear in your viewport. Now, I told you that those buttons that you use to switch your viewport does not really matter. How can you switch viewport or look between different viewport? So when you hold that, when you click on the space bar, it is going to pop up the different views of your viewport in Maya. So if you want to switch to the front view, just hover your mouse onto the viewport which you want to enlarge. So if you want to enlarge the front view, just put your mouse on the front view and hit on spacebar once again. It is going to enlarge the front view. And if you want to go back, just hit on spacebar, hover your mouse on the perspective view and hit on spacebar again. It is going to enlarge the perspective view for you. Now, let's talk about how you can move, rotate, and scale in Maya. So for you to move and rotate and scale in Maya, all this, I am just touching all this because these are what you are going to understand as we keep going. So to move, scale, and rotate in Maya, let's quickly create a cube here in Maya. Now you can see that this cube is very far. If you want to zoom in Maya, you can just use the scroll wheel to zoom in. But you can also hit on F, and that is going to quickly frame your object into your screen. Just make it big or set it as the focus. So I'm going to zoom this out. Don't worry, we will take on how we can navigate the viewport. So if you want to move, I showed you those tools on the right part of Maya, but making use of the shortcut, it's more faster. I am going to leave a document that have most of the important Maya shortcuts so that you can go through it and see the one that's going to be useful to you. So if you want to move, you just hit on W on your keyboard. It is going to enable the pivot. In Maya, this is called pivots. So when you hit on W, it is going to enable the pivot. So when you look at this, you can see that we have three axes. We have the Z axis, we have the X axis, and we have the Y axis. Now you might want to say this is different from yours. Yes, it is completely different from yours. I also customize this pivot. I just want it to be different. It is the same color, but I just have the lighter versions of the color. So the Z is going to be blue, a complete blue. The Y is going to be green, a complete green, and the X is going to be red, a complete red. So if you want to move along the X axis, you just want to come and hover your mouse on this arrow, which is the red one. When you hover your mouse on the arrow, you are going to see a yellow highlight on it, which is telling you that your mouse is on that particular arrow. So when you click and drag, you are going to move along the X axis. So the same thing applies on the Y axis and the Z axis or the Z axis, whichever one you call. And if you want to move on all directions at once, you want to make use of this square in the middle. So when you click on it and drag, you are going to move on all axes at the same time. So if you want to rotate, you hit the E key on your keyboard. It is going to enable you to rotate to, and you're still going to have the same colors. You want to rotate on the Z axis, on the y-axis and on the x-axis. Really depends on you. And to scale, you just want to hit on R on your keyboard. You can scale on the x-axis, on the y-axis, you can scale on the x-axis, and you can scale on the z-axis. And if you want to scale on all axes at once, you can just use this middle one there to scale on all axes at once. Now that we understand how to move, rotate, and scale in Maya, let's take a look at how we can navigate the viewport. Navigating the viewport in Maya, it's one of the most simplest way of navigating, but at first it is going to be a little bit tedious for you. But if you pay attention and focus, you will get used to it immediately. So to orbit around your scene, you just hold down the alternate on your keyboard and make use of the left click. When you left click and hold down and rotate your mouse, you can orbit around your scene. And if you want to zoom in and zoom out, you can hold down the alternate and with the right click on your mouse, when you move your mouse down, you are going to zoom in, and when you move your mouse up, you are going to zoom out. Another way you can zoom in and zoom out is by using the scroll wheel on your mouse. That is, if you are making use of the three mouse button, which is very important, you can use it to zoom in and zoom out. And if you want to pan around your scene, you hold an alternate and middle click the middle mouse button, you can pan around your scene. If you are getting lost halfway, when you look at the bottom part of my screen, you are going to see the shortcuts I am making use of. So these are all the basics you need to understand to get started in Maya. So now that we understand all this, let's highlight this and hit on delete. Now let's go ahead and start creating our donuts. We are going to start with just a shape. So whatever it is you want to model, whatever it is you want to create in any 3D program, you need to first of all look at the object that you have in that program that's closer to what you want to create. So we want to create a donut. Which shape is closer to the donut as an object in the 3D software? That is stories. So if we hold down the shift key on our keyboard, we right click and hold down. And when we go through every shapes we have here and we'll come down to the torus, you can see that the torus is close to the shape of a donut. So when you just hover your mouse on the shape you want to create, just release the right click and the shift key. That shape is going to appear in the middle of your viewport. So now I'm going to hit on F to frame the donuts of the torus in my viewport. Now I am going to come down to this part here and go over to the attribute editor and click and open the attribute editor. I want to do some modifications to this torus so that it is going to look exactly like a donut. Now, to do this modification, there is what we call p-torus, p-torus shape, and p and polytorus 1. Now, if you want to make a modification to a particular object or shape you have in Maya, you want to locate the one that says polytorus, because when you want to create that, when you go to polygon primitives, this is what polygon primitive. So when select the polygon primitives, come down to this part here and create torus. It is now poly shape or poly torus. So that is what you want to look here when you are in your attribute editor. So we're going to click on the poly torus, and when we click on the poly torus, you can see that we have all attributes related to this torus. So we want to change the radius of the torus, that is how wide it can be. So we're just going to set this to 0.8 and hit on enter. It depends on what you want to do. This is the exact width or height of donut. I just quickly take a look at this and it is 0.8. So you can just go ahead and just make use of this slider to give it anyhow you want to do it or the way you want to do it. Just go ahead and do that. It's all up to you. But just play around with the slider. So you can play around with the slider. You can see it is going to just give you what you want. So I'm going to set that to 0.8 back there. Okay, so do I have 0.8? Yes, it is set to 0.8. But I want to reduce the section radius because I need a little space inside of the donut or the torus. So I have to come down to this part that says section radius. I can just play around with the section radius to see what I can get. So I think where I have 0.52, I am just going to highlight that and say 0.4. And let's see, no, 0.4 is too small. So I think I'll go 0.43. And I think this is okay. 0.43 is okay. Now, if you don't have a reference of donut, I have already created a reference for you guys that you can use. Just check the link in the description. You are going to get a PureF file that you can easily open and start making use of it. That is if you have PureF. Because if you don't have PureF, you can also check the link in the description to download PureF. So here we have donuts, just the donut itself. Here we have the icing, here we have the plate, and here we have the cup. So you have options to just pick from anyone you want to make use of, and it's really up to you. Okay, so this is fine. I love what I have here compared to what I have in my reference. This is fine. But what I want to do now is to reduce the subdivisions of my stories. Now, when you look at this is a bit too much, but not really too much. Most times when you are modeling, you want to start small. You don't want to go higher. Now, when you look at the edge of our torus, you can see that it is a little bit jagged. This is because we have less geometry on the torus. That is why it is a little bit jagged. Now, if you increase this, it is going to be smooth. So let's say I increase both of them here. So I come here and I set this to, let's say, 40, and I set this to 40, and I hit on enter. You can see how it is looking. Now, when I go out of my torus, you can see that it is smooth. But you don't want to do this at first, because if you do this, it is going to be heavy for your PC. And secondly, when you get to some stage, you find out that it is going to be difficult for you to add details to your model. That is why you want to avoid this at first. It is always good for you to avoid it. So, and I'm also going to show you another way which you can trick the viewport to make these stories look smooth. And there is another way of adding divisions to your model. You only do this when you think you need more divisions, and we are also going to take a look at that as we keep modeling. So if I want to add more divisions or to make my mesh look smooth in my viewport, I can just hold down the shift on my keyboard, right click, and hold down the right click, and I'm going to get the option that says smooth. So when I click on that smooth and release my button, you can see that we now have more geometry on our torus. And when I click off, you can see that the torus, it's really looking so smooth. But you want to avoid this as you start modeling in Maya. So what I'm going to do is for me to just reduce the subdivisions of my torus. And sometimes this pops up and sometimes it does not. So if it pops up, go ahead and make use of it. But if it did not, don't worry about that. You can make use of the attribute editor. So we're going to focus on the attribute editor. So for the torus, I'm going to reduce the subdivision axis and reduce the subdivision height to just 16% or 16 and 16, and I'm going to hit on enter. So this is what I am going to use, but I think, let me go 18. Let's look 18. Let's go 18 and 18. So let's see. 18 is a little bit fair, but I will go with 16. So I will go with 16 because when I'm done, I am going to subdivide this I'm going to subdivide this later before we render. Okay, now we've done this. You can see how rough the torus is looking. It's not even looking good. And donuts is always smooth. So when you just select your torus and you are in the object mode, don't worry, we are going to take a look at that in the next lesson. So when I hit on 3 on my keyboard, you can now see that my torus is really looking smooth. Now, what is happening here? There is what we call smooth preview and smooth mesh in Maya. Smooth preview, it's going to trick your viewport to view your object in a smooth way to make your object look smooth and look perfect. And while the smooth mode or the smooth mesh, it's going to just smooth your mesh directly. Now, the smooth preview is a non-destructive workflow in Maya, and why the smooth mesh is a destructive workflow in Maya. If I want to mode it now, I can hit on 1, which is the normal mode, and go back into the way my torus is. And when I select it again and hit on 3, it is going to take me into the smooth preview. Now you can see that with less division on my object, I still achieve the smoothness of my object. So this is what you need to keep in mind. So this is just a basic introduction to Maya and how we can create the base mesh of our donut. In the next lesson, we will go in depth and start modeling. So see you guys in the next lesson. Welcome back. So let's go into remodeling. Let me drag the reference into the screen. So we'll go into focus on the cup first. So we have different cup here, which you can pick from anyone you like. You can go ahead and model it, but I'm going to be starting with just this one. So I'm going to just zoom this in and select it. And I'm going to right click in an empty space of my PureF. And I will come down to mode, not mode, I'll come down to Windows. And I'm just going to say resize to selection. And when I click that, it is going to resize my PureF window to fit the size of my picture. So I'm just going to drag this down and just take this out a bit so that we can have it just like this right here. So I'm going to drag this and dock it here. Normally, this is not supposed to be in this screen. I'm supposed to put it on another screen, but I just want you to see it as I model. So I'm going to drag this over to this part here. Now, another option is that you can import this into Maya to make use of it, but I don't want to import it into Maya. I just want to leave it here. But if you want to, in case you want to import it into Maya, there are ways you can do that. So first, I'm going to select this torus and I'm going to hide it. The way they hide in Maya, you just select the object, and when you select the object, you hit on A on your keyboard, you hit on H on your keyboard, and that is going to hide that particular object. So when I hit on H, you can see that the torus disappear. So how are we going to import this reference into Maya? That is, if we want to follow it just the way it is. You have 2 options of doing that, but I'm just going to show you one option that is very easy. So you just have to go over to create and come down to the part that says create image plane. So let me quickly find that. I think this is covering it. So let's find that. Where is it? Free image plane. So when you click on that, it is going to create this image plane for you. So currently we are on the left and we are now on the front. So you can use this box here to know if you're on the front or you're on the back, and you can use it to navigate your scene as well. Now, if you don't want to make use of this, you can also make use of this that is right here. You can see the axis. You can see currently that we are not facing the front. So when I orbit around, when the Z is facing front, you can now tell that we are facing the front of our viewport, and you can also see it from here. So you can also use this to just navigate. Now, if you also want to just snap into any angle, like the front view, the side view, or the right, or so on, when you just double click, it is going to snap into that particular part. And if you want to just orbit around again, you just need to orbit around quickly. So you have two options now which can do this. Okay, so now for us to add the image into this free image plane, we need to go into the attribute editor and make sure that you have the image plane selected. When you have the image plane selected, you are going to get all these options here. There are just two settings I am going to touch here, and we are done. So to import the image, you want to go over to this part that says image name, and you can see that this rectangle is empty. If you have a link, you can just paste that link here. And when I'm talking about link, I'm not referring to a normal website link or so on, just a link on your PC that can take you into any specific folder. Just click on this box here. And when you click on the box here, it is going to open up the browser in Maya. So you need to locate where you have the reference image that you want to import into Maya. Okay, so we are looking for the reference that ends with 7A. Okay, this is it. Now we're just going to hit on open, and when we hit on open, it is going to import it into Maya. Okay, but now you can see that this is sitting in the middle of our viewport and in the middle of the grid. So we want the bottom of this curve, which is this part here, to align with the center of our grid. So how are we going to do that? So we need to go into the front view, which is this one here, and we're going to hit on W. Now we're going to drag this up until the bottom of the curve aligns with the viewport. And when you look at this, aligns with the bottom of the grid. And when you look at this, you can see that it is not properly centered. So we need to also just try to center this. Okay, this is fine. Now, this don't need to be perfect. You can just make use of one side's model and the other side will be okay. Now, the second settings I want to show you in this attribute editor, it's that we don't want this curve to appear in every other view. So when we look at all views now, you can see that we have this curve on every other views, and we don't want it to appear in every other views. We only want this to just appear in the front view alone. So for us to just limit this to the front view alone, we need to go over to our attribute editor from here. And you can see these options that says display. And here you can see that it says looking through camera, and in all view. It is currently set to in all view, which simply means that we are going to see this free image plane in all views, which is the perspective view, the front view, the side view, and the top view. But what we want is just to have this image plane displaying only on the front view. So to change that, we just want to come down to this display and select looking through camera. And now when we select looking through camera, you can see that it has disappeared from every other part of our viewport, displaying only on the perspective view. And we don't want this in the perspective view. So when you look at this part here, you can see that we have perspective. So when you click on this drop down menu and select front view, it is going to appear in the front view and disappear from every other view. So this is what we want. Now to enlarge the front view, we're just going to hover our mouse on the front view and hit the space bar, and it is going to enlarge the front view. So now to create an object, we just need to right click and create a cylinder. Okay, now we're going to create a cylinder. So if we want to move this cylinder, we can by any chance, if we want to move a cylinder, we can mistakenly select the image plane, and we don't want that to happen. We only want to select the object or whatever other objects we are going to add into our scene. We don't want to select the image plane itself. So to limit this image plane, also prevent us from clicking or selecting this image plane and moving it unexpectedly, that is where we need to create a layer in Maya and lock that particular layer so that we won't be able to move the image plane. Okay, so now to do that, you just want to select the image plane. And when you select the image plane, you want to go over to your channel box / layer editor. And when you come down to your channel box, when you look at this part here that says layer, you can see that we have layers here. So now we have to select this image plane. And when we select the image plane, we need to come down to layers and we're going to select create layer from selected. And when we hit on create layer from selected, you can now see that we have a layer here. If you want to rename it, just double click on this layer. It is going to open this window for you. And now you can just put in Cob Ref and now hit on enter, or you just hit on save and just click on OK. So we don't need to space it, so we need to add underscore and hit on save. And now it is going to save. If you want this to be visible, you need to make sure that the V is checked. But if you want this not to be visible in the viewport, just hit the V and it is going to hide it. And when you hit on it again, it is going to show it. Now, if you just don't want this to be clickable, just come down to this last part here, click on that, click on it again till you get the R. And now you have set this layer to reference as a reference layer. So whenever you click off and click on it again, you won't be able to click on the image again. So you only just focus on the object you have in your scene. So now let's create this cup. Okay, this is looking a little bit different. Now this is how you can easily import image into your Maya, but if you want to make use of it, go ahead and make use of it. But I won't really make use of this all the time, so I'm just going to keep it right here. Now, if you are making use of this image plane, you can see that when you add your cylinder, it is covering the image plane. So let's scale this to fit the cup completely. You can see that it is covering the cup. So how can you model from this? You need to make sure that you are seeing through your object for you to be able to model your object or to trace the shape of your object while you are modeling. So to do that, you want to come over to this top bar here and hit on this button and hit on this button that says wireframe. And when you click on that, it is going to enable the wireframe of your object. So you will be able to see through and trace the shape properly. So from here, you can just go into you can just select your object and go into the edge mode and select all the edge and whatever it is you want to do. If you want to move it up, you can. Sorry, I select almost everything. Yeah, there is something there. So I'm just going to double click one and just move it all just like that. Don't worry, I'm going to show you why that is happening. So you can just move it up. Now, so I'm going to undo this, hit on spacebar and go back into the perspective mode. Now you can see that we have this face. That is why when I drag this up, we have that little, we have all these in the front view because the faces of the top of our cylinder is still there. And you can see when we scale, you can see the error we have here. That is why most times when you are modeling from reference, it is always good to have the front view or wherever view you are modeling from and also the perspective view so that if you are modeling from one view or the orthographic view, you will be able to see from the perspective view if every part of your objects is correct. So all these things you need to keep in mind. Now I'm just going to select this and I'm going to delete that. We'll go into the object mode and delete that. Now let's create a cylinder. So the first thing we want to do to the cylinder is to reduce the subdivisions of the cylinder. This is a little bit too much. I just want to reduce the subdivisions of the cylinder. Now, the reason why I'm touching this is for you to understand and know how to control the subdivisions of your model, and not just control the subdivisions of your model, just for you to understand and learn to make use of the smooth preview instead of to rely on the smooth mesh and higher subdivision, and also to keep your model low just in case your PC it's not that strong to handle that much geometry on your model. That is why I am doing this, so that you keep it in mind. So you go over to the poly cylinder one, click on that, and what we just want to do is to reduce the subdivision axis, which is just this one here. So I'm going to select the subdivision axis and I'm going to set it to 16. Is 16 fine? No, we'll go to 18. Yeah, 18 is fine. Yeah, 18 is fine. 18 is fine. 18 is fine. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is to just delete the faces of our cylinder. Now, this is where the object mode and the components mode comes in. So first we need to enable our modeling toolkit from here. So when you look at this part of our modeling toolkit, you can see that we have different options. The ones you are going to be making use of the most is just these three or these four options you have here. The first one, which is the object mode, and that is the current mode we are in right now. And this is the vertex mode, this is the edge mode, and this is the face mode. Remember, I told you that you will not be making use of this modeling toolkit as we keep modeling because of the marking menu. So if we want to select the face now, what do we have to do for us to be able to select the face? Because for the moment, we won't be able to select all the components of our object. And when we are talking about component of our object, we are referring to all these we have here, which is the vertex, the edge, and the face. All these together make one object. So in every object you created in Maya, cylinder, cone, sphere, or cube, you have all this here. Each object has vertices. Each object have vertex, edge, and face for you to know that this is a full object. So for us to be able to manipulate our object to give us what we want, we need to go into the component mode so that we can edit those components that will help us manipulate our objects to create what model or whatever we want in Maya. So all these you need to keep in mind and understand when you are making use of Maya or any other 3D software. So if you want to make use of the modeling toolkit, which is what I find myself using when I started making use of Maya, you can just make use of it here. But if you don't want to make use of the modeling toolkit, and I'm going to leave that open, we can come down to our viewports with our object selected. You're just going to right click. And when you right click, you are going to get this menu. You can see that we have the vertex, the edge, the face, and the object mode. So if you want to go into the face mode, you select the face mode. If you want to go into the edge mode, you go into the edge mode. And if you want to go into the vertex mode, you go into the vertex mode. Now, let me show you something why we have our focus on this marquee menu. So if I select the face, you can see now that we can select the face. There is something I want to show you. You can see now that we can select the face of our object currently. If I go out of this focus mode and I go into our modeling toolkit, you can see that this blue highlight, it's no longer on this cube we have here. It is now on this cube that one part of the orange is highlighted, or that have only one orange. So this is telling us that we are now in the face mode. So we can't select our objects by clicking once. We can only select parts of the component of our object, which is the face. So we now have the face selected. So what we want to do as we go into the face mode is to delete these faces so that we'll be able to manipulate our objects. By default, if you just start Maya, that is, if you just open Maya, you start making use of Maya for the first time, when you make this selection, it is going to select the other faces at the back. I'm going to quickly show you that. So let me quickly go into this and disable this. All right. So now, if I select just these faces here, when we're done, you can see that we have this face selected. There is what we call camera-based selection in Maya. The camera-based selection in Maya, it's going to help you prevent your selection from going to the other parts of your objects that are not facing the camera. So if I want to select this face now, these are the only faces and these are the only places facing the camera. If I highlight all of these, it is supposed to select only all those faces. But when you turn, you can see that it is selecting all the faces from behind. And if you are not aware of this at the moment, when you just hit on delete, you find out that it deletes everything. And at this point, you get stuck with this. So for you to prevent this from happening, you need to turn on the camera-based selection in Maya. So you have two ways of turning on the camera-based selection in Maya. You can go into the component mode. When you go into the component mode, you hold down Control and hold down Shift, then you right click. You are going to get your marquee menu, come down to select, and make sure that you move your mouse over to camera-based selection and make sure that you just see the blue highlight and release the left click and the right click. Now the camera-based selection is turned on. How can you turn this on again? You can also go to your modeling toolkit. From here, you can see the camera-based selection and it is on currently. So if you want to turn it off, just click on this arrow here and you're going to turn it off. And when you click on this arrow, you're going to turn it on. Leave the auto. I've never made use of the auto. So now if I highlight and select, when I orbit around my object, you can see that I no longer have the back part of my object selected. We only have the faces facing the camera selected right now. Okay, so now I'm going to select the bottom. And if you want to add to selection, so let me just select. So when I select, you can see that the upper part has been deselected automatically. That is because we did not tell Maya that we want these faces to be selected and also these faces to be selected together. So if you want to do that, you want to first of all make your first selection by just clicking. That is, if you want to select multiple faces, just click and drag. It is going to select all the face. Or you can just select one, hold on Shift and go around. That is, if you want to do that, you can just select. And you can also hold on Tab to paint select. That is what we call paint select in Maya. So you can make use of any one of all these anytime you want. So to add to a selection, you just want to hold on Shift and highlight. Now it is going to select both of them. So what we are going to do now is to hit on Control Delete. I am just going to explain this to you. You can make a research to check this. In Maya, when you hit on Delete, it is going to delete the faces without deleting the points. I don't know if you get that. I'm definitely going to show you before the end of this series. It is going to delete only the face. It is going to delete the faces, leaving the points. Okay. How am I going to show you this? Let's make use of an edge. So I'm going to hit on M and add a loop code here. So if I hit on W, I right click and go into the edge mode. If I select this edge and select this edge, if I just hit on delete, now to you, you feel like the whole edges has been deleted. But you can see when I highlight here, you can see that we still have something. It is supposed to select this line completely because it is now one face up and one face down. It is just supposed to highlight this edge completely, but it is not highlighting the edge completely. Why? That is because we did not delete the point, which is the vertex. So if I undo this right now and I hold down Control and delete, you can now see that this surface is flat completely because there is no point there. And when I hover my mouse on this, it is going to select that edge completely. So that is the difference between the Control Delete and just delete. Control Delete, delete the face or the edge and the points, and just delete the faces and just the edges alone. Keep all this in mind. So now let's try to model our cup. So I'm going to drag this in here and let's just push this to the side because we already have our theories at that part there. So I'm going to just hit on R, maybe just scale this down a little. Okay, now I want to move this cylinder to the middle, or I want the cylinder to sit on top of my grid. So how am I going to do that? I can easily drag this up and down and try to make it match, but that is going to take long to achieve. So there is what we call edit pivot. Before we go into that, for me to be able to make my cylinder sit on top of my grid completely, I need to bring this pivot down to the bottom part to any point here. To do that, there is what we call edit pivot. So you have two ways of going into the edit pivot mode. You can come down to your edit pivot from here, or you can hit the D key on your keyboard. And when you hit the D key on your keyboard, you can move this. You can move this just to any part. So let's say we move this to this part here. So how can you say it is there? Now, luckily, it is here. But most times, when you do this, you find out that it is going out of your object. So there is what we call snapping in Maya. Snap to point, snap to face, or snap to grid, but it's mainly snap to point most of the times. Okay, so what we are going to do is to use snapping. We need to snap this pivot to one point at the bottom so that we will be able to make use of that to snap our cylinder to the mid part of our grid. Now we have all these options here. So we have the first one as snap to grid. So we have this one that's snap to curve. We have this one as snap to point. We have this one as snap to projected center and so on. But the one we want to make use of is just this snap to point. And there is another way you can easily access that. So if you want to snap to point, you just hold down the V key on your keyboard. Now, when you hold down the V key on your keyboard, you can see something happens right here. And if you can see properly, this turns to an ellipse, which is letting us know that we are now in the snap to point mode. So when you hold down the V key and just select this part or any axis and click and drag, it is going to snap, but it is not snapping at this point. You can now see it is snapping because we did not have the V key selected before. Okay, now this is snap to the bottom part, so I want to hold on V again and make sure I snap this to one point. Okay, so now we have it snapped to that point. To go out of the edit pivot mode, just hit on edit pivot and it will go out of the pivot mode, or you hit on D and that is going to take you out of the pivot mode. Now to snap it to the grid, since we've snapped this to the down part or the bottom part of our cylinder, we can just hold on X and that is going to enable snap to grid. So now we can just drag this up and it is going to snap it to the bottom part of our grid completely. Now, as you keep modeling, you find out that we are still going to shift this upward a little bit. So you can use this technique later on if you want to. Okay, so now what we want to do is to take this pivot back to the center of our object. So we have two ways of doing that. You can go over to modify and you can hit on zero pivot or center pivot. So when you hit on center pivot, let's go to modify and hit on center pivot, and it is not centering because we are in the edge mode, so we need to right click and go into the object mode. Okay, so it is in the object mode. We only edit that in the edge mode, so we are in the component mode when we edit that pivot. So in case you edit the pivot in the object mode and you want to take it back, go to modify and hit on center pivot, and it is going to center the pivot to the center of your object. Or another way you can do that, you can also hit on D to go into the pivot mode, right click and hit on reset pivot. It is going to take the pivot to the center of your object. So just going to hit on W to go out of the object mode. Enough for the talk, and let's focus on modeling the curve. When you look at the curve, you can see that it's a little bit smaller at the top, like it's scaled inward at the top of the curve. And when you look at the bottom is a little bit rounded. So we need to achieve something like this on the cylinder that we have. So what we need now is to add a loop cut on the bottom part of our object. So for us to do that, we have two ways of doing it, and I'm going to show you. So the first thing is for us to select the insert edge loop tool in Maya. And to select the insert edge loop tool, you can be in the object mode. So to verify you are in the object mode, just make sure that you can't select any component like the edge, the face, or the vertex. Or you can look in your modeling toolkit, that is if you are making use of the modeling toolkit. So to access this tool, you have an option. When you hold down the shift key on your keyboard and you right click, you can get the insert edge loop tool from here. Or you can go to mesh tools from here and insert edge loop tool. So when you click on that, you're going to get the insert edge loop tool. You're going to get the insert edge loop tool from here. So you can click and add an edge loop. But by default, the edge loop, it's not going to be one, it's going to be two. So let me show you that. So let me go out on the insert edge loop tool and go back to the insert edge loop tool and select that. So it is currently set to 1 because I have set this to 1. So it is going to be on 2 by default. And sometimes this setting is going to be on relative distance and not multiple edge loops. So keep that in mind. So if you click, it is going to add 2 edge loops here. It added 1 because we don't have the multiple edge loop. But if you go through this part here, the multiple edge loop is going to be enabled. So for the multiple edge loop, it is going to add 2 edge loops from here, and that is what you don't want. So we're just going to go back to relative distance from edge. Now, one thing you need to keep in mind is that if the multiple edge loop is enabled, if you have one here, one edge loop here, when you click, it is going to add the edge loop in the middle of your object. So you don't want that. So keeping this to the relative distance, it's going to help you add the edge loop where you want to add the edge loop. So once inside the edge loop at the bottom here, so when you click and hold down the left click, you can drag to inside the edge loop in anywhere you want to insert the edge loop. And most of the times, these issues always come when you make use of this mesh to insert edge loop tool from here. This issue always comes. So once you configure it the first time, you are not going to get this issue again. But if you don't have this issue at first, just keep it this way. So maybe I have authored with the settings of my inside edge loop too. That is why I'm having this issue. So now once we insert the edge, we need to go out of the inside edge loop tool. And to go out of the inside edge loop tool, you just hit on W to go out of the inside edge loop tool. So make sure you are in the front view. Look from here to confirm. So yeah, I'm in the front view now. Okay, so we need to scale our object inward at the top. So we need to select these edges here completely. So we're just going to double click to select all the edge, and we're going to hit on R to select the scale to. Now, the mistake you want to avoid is scaling on one direction. If you scale on one axis, it is going to destroy your model. So we want to scale on all axes. Well, it depends on the kind of model you are working on. If the model you are working on needs to be scaled on a particular axis, go ahead and scale that. But if it's all axes, you have to scale it on all axes, just like this model we have here. So we need to scale from the center so that it is going to affect all axes. So to do that scaling, we need to select this middle square, and we just scale from the center, just like this. So if this is what you want, just go ahead and leave it if that is what you want. So this is looking close to what we have. I think maybe I can scale it in a little bit. All right, that is fine. Now, when you look at the bottom, you can see that the bottom is also scaled inward. So we're going to double click on this bottom, and we're going to scale it inward. But I'm going to leave this for now because we still need to drag this up, but I'm going to leave it. Now, if you look at this part of our reference, it is curved properly, like it's curved inward, but ours for now is currently sharp. So we need to achieve this kind of curve here. So how do we achieve this kind of curve? That is what we call bevel in 3D modeling. The bevel is going to help you create a rounded edge on top of your model. So that is what we need to achieve here now. So to enable this bevel, or to bevel the edge of our model, you just want to double click or select that particular edge you want to bevel. In our case, we want to bevel the whole edge around our model. So we need to select the whole edge by double clicking on it. So you have two ways. You can hit on Ctrl B to bevel. You can go over to Mesh Tools and look for the word I said bevels. And if you can't find it in Mesh Tools, go to Edit Mesh and you are going to get it here, bevel. And the shortcut is Ctrl B, or you can make use of your modeling toolkit and hit on bevel. When you hit on bevel, you are going to get this poly extrude menu from here. So we have fraction segment. We are just going to focus on the fraction and segments for now. So the fraction, it's going to determine the space between your edges, and why the segment is going to determine the number of edges you want on that particular area you are beveling. So when you look at this part, it is really rounded. So with just these two edges, we can achieve this kind of rounded edges we have on our model. So to fix this, we need to go over to the segment, and we need to increase the segment to 2. And keep in mind, as you are doing this, you don't want to overdo it. You just want to do it in a way that is really going to be okay. If you overdo it, you're going to have a tighter edge there, and you want to avoid that. So I'm just going to set this to 2. And for the fraction, I'm going to play around with the fraction to really scale this down so that I can get something tight like this. So I'm going to click and just drag. Now, if this is going too far, maybe you want something like this or like this also. If it's going too fast, you also have two options of limiting this to be very slow. So the first is to hold down Control and hold down Shift and left click and drag. You can see it is going gradually. Or you can come over to this part here, right click, and when you right click, you get the option that says slowest, slow, medium, and fast. Whichever one you want to make use of, just select it. It's up to you. So I think I always make use of the Control and Shift. It's always faster for me. So I think this level is better. Okay, this is looking good now. So we can just hit on W to go out of the bevel, but you can see that the bottom part of the curve is not as long as mine. So I need to adjust it. So I'm going to double click on this, and I'm going to drag it up just like this. You can see how good this is looking right now. Okay, now you can see that it has something like, I don't know what is that, what is called upon. You can see that it's having something at the bottom there. So we need to create something like that. So the tool we are going to use now is what we call extrude. Extrude is just like creating another edge out of the edge you have, creating a face out of the face you already have, and creating vertex out of the vertex you already have. That is the way you can model in any 3D software. So now to enable this extrude or to do this extrude, as usual, you have three ways. Just go up here, edit mesh, and find it from here, which is extrude, or you make use of the modeling toolkit from here. But when you get used to Maya and the shortcuts, you won't make use of all this anymore. So I'm going to make use of the extrude from the modeling toolkit from here, but make sure you have all the edges selected, which is where I want to extrude. So I'm going to hit on extrude, and when I hit on extrude, this pivot it's supposed to be in the middle so that I can use it to bring it down, but it's not okay. So to fix this, you just want to click on this little icon here, and that is going to reset your pivot to the middle of your object. So what you want to do is just to go over to the x-axis and drag this down. And you also have this menu here, which you can use to increase the thickness and increase the local translate Z and also the offset. But we're going to take a look at that in a moment. So if this is too much, you just want to reduce it. So I think this is a little bit too much. So something like this is really fine. Now, of course, the bottom part of this cup is not going to be open, so we need to close it. So the first thing you need to do is to go out of the first extrude you do by clicking on an empty space in your viewport and go back and double clicking the edge. Now you want to do another extrude. And this time I'm going to make use of the shortcut Control E to extrude. Now, what we want to do is to extrude inward. Later on, I'm going to show you how to extrude fast in Maya so that your workflow is going to be smooth and fluent. So we want to extrude inward, that is offset. That's one go inward so that we can close the button of our call. So to do that, you can come down to the offset and do the offset. But hey, it's not working. What exactly is happening? I can't explain. Let's try this and let's offset. You see, it is still coming out. Well, this happens a lot. So you just need to get used to it. So what we are going to do now is to use the local translate Z. So we'll go over to the local translate Z. We can now scale inward or extrude inward. This is funny sometimes. So I'm just going to hold down Control and Shift and extrude inward. Now take a look at this. Now, if you want to repeat the last command you give to Maya, of course, I want to extrude again. I want to extrude inward. So if you want to repeat the last command you give to Maya, that is, if you want to extrude again, you can just click off, double click here again and hit on G. But you don't need to click off again. As you have the extrude, you can just also hit on G. It is still going to re-extrude again. So just keep that in mind. So now I am in the extrude. If I go over to the local translate Z, you can see what is going on here. It's pretty funny. I'm not really going to focus on explaining this now. So we're going to come down to the offset this time, and we are going to make use of the offset, and we can click off. But this is flat. I don't want it to be flat. If you want it to be flat, you can go ahead, but I don't want it to be flat. So I'm going to double click on this edge and hold down Control and hold down Shift and double click on this edge, hit on W, drag this up a little bit, and I can just leave it that way. I'm going to double click on this edge too and just take it up a bit. So this is fine. Now I want to just close this hole here. I don't want it to be open. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to merge all the whole edges to the center so that we can round up this lesson. So to merge all the whole edges to the center, you want to hold down Control and Shift, right click. If you want to hold down Shift and right click and go to merge/collapse edges, You can see we have the blue highlight on it, but nothing is happening. So when you move your mouse cursor on it, it is going to bring up another option. So how do you know the menu that have other options when you're making use of the marking menu? When you look at the front of all these menus, you can see you have arrow at the front of them. So those arrows are telling you that there are extra options in those menus. So when you move your mouse cursor on it, you're going to get the extra menu. So what I want to do is merge edges to the center, and I'm going to select that, and it's going to merge it to the center. Now, this is one thing I really want to show you guys. This particular lesson is longer than expected, and I'm really sorry about that. So we need to save our project. You can just hit on Ctrl S and save. Look for anywhere you want to save it, and you can go ahead and save it. But there is what we call set project in Maya. This is going to help you easily move your project from one PC to another, or if you're working with a team, you can just send your project to any member of your team and they can pick up where you left off in Maya. So let me just move this to this part here. So to save or to create a project folder in Windows, create a project in Maya, you want to go over to File, scroll down to Project Window. And when you click and this project window, it's going to open up. So this is going to help you create a folder with subfolders inside of it with different names. You can check everything here. Just here, you can see them. I have scenes, assets, and so on. And here, the current project is set to donuts. I already worked on this before, so I have a folder or a project folder which I already created, and you can see the location of it here. You can also change the location, that is if you want to save this on an external drive or you want to save it to another drive. So here now I'm going to come down to the current project, and here I'm going to hit on new. When I hit on new, you can see that these two options that I grayed out before are now visible for me to click on them. So I'm going to highlight all this here, and I'm just going to name these two donuts underscore YouTube. That is just what I'm going to do. And you can change the folder where you want to set this project folder or wherever it is you want to, but I want to leave it here, and I'm just going to hit on accept. So now, whenever I want to save my project, it is going to save in that particular folder and in the same folder. So now I can go over to File and hit on Save Scene. And when I hit on Save Scene, you can now see that it is in Document, Maya, Project Folder, Project, Donuts underscore YouTube, and Scene. So from here, you can now name this to Donuts and so on. But what I want to do is to increment and save. So I can go to File and hit on Increment and Save. So I'm just going to hit on Donuts and hit on Save. So if I go up here again, I go to File and hit on Increment and Save, it is going to create another version of a project. But nothing happened because I did not do any change. So in the next lesson, we are going to round up our modeling. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we are going to focus more on modeling. So we've done a lot of talking in the previous videos, but this one, we're just going to focus more on modeling. Okay, so if I select my object, if I go into object mode and select my object, and if I decide to look at this in the smooth preview, you can see this is not smooth, and I don't want to add divisions to this to make it smooth. I still want to keep it simple at this point in time. So if I click on this and hit on 3 to go into the smooth preview, take a look at what happened here. We lost the hard edge we have there, and I want to retain that hard edge. If we go back into normal mode by hitting on 1, it is going to have this hard edge. But when we go into the smooth preview, we are going to lose that edge. So what we want to do is to make sure that we retain this sharp edge. So how are we going to retain the sharp edge? We are still going to bevel. So we are going to bevel this edge here and bevel this edge here so that we are going to retain the sharp edges when we go into the smooth preview, or we are going to have those tighter corners when we go into the smooth preview. So to do that, you want to right click and hold down and go into the edge mode. You want to select on this edge, hold down shift and select this edge. When you select the edge, you want to hit on Control B to bevel. Now, when we zoom in, you can see that we have rounded edge, and we don't want rounded edge. When you go close to this cup and you look at it, you will notice that those particular edge won't be rounded. It is going to be sharp. Even if it's want to be rounded, it's going to be a little bit rounded, but not as round as what we have here. I don't want it to be rounded at all. I just want it to be that way, or maybe just a little bit rounded. So what I'm going to do is to turn off these options. Is to turn off this option that is chamfer here. So this chamfer is going to enable the roundness on the edges of your object when you are beveling. That is if the chamfer is on. But when the chamfer is off, it is going to deactivate the rounded edges of your edge when you bevel it. So I will come down to this menu here and turn off chamfer. And when I turn off the chamfer, you can see that the edges are now sharp. But the distance between all these edges are too much, so I'll go over to the fraction and reduce it to make it tighter. All right, this is fine. This can work. But if you want to go far, go ahead, but I won't advise that. So if I go into the object mode and hit on 3, you can see that we retain those edges. So you can see the bottom of the cup. If you want to go ahead and do anything, just go ahead and do anything. It's up to you, but I'm going to leave it that way because we're not going to see the bottom of the cup. In most cases, it is always advisable to just delete the bottom of the cup, but we're just going to leave it that way. Okay, this is really looking so good. When we go into the smooth preview, you can see how rounded the bottom is looking, and it is looking so good, just like this one we have here. Awesome, isn't it? Now we need to create this hand, and when you look at the cup, you can see that the cup looks a little bit thick, but looking at ours, it's just very light, just light, and it's not really making any sense, and it is not okay. So we need to make this cup thick for two reasons. One, the cup is supposed to be thick, and secondly, when we go in and try to create the hand of our cup, it is going to now something went wrong here. The subdivision is supposed to be 16, but I make use of 18. But not to worry about that. That is not an issue at all. So that is fine. We can just keep up with that. Okay, now if I extrude any face here, we are going to have a hole inside of this cup, and we don't want that. Okay, now before we extrude, before we try to create the hand, we can see that we have the hand in between these edges we have here and another edges here. So we don't have that edge, and we need to add that edge. So we need to select our object, shift right click and go into the inside edge loop tool. Go to any edge here, click and drag and bring the edge loop downward just like this. And we need to add another edge loop at the top. This time we need to add 2 edge loops at the top. So we'll go up here close to the cup, and we're just going to add 1 edge loop there. And here we are going to add another edge loop here and try to close this down. Now you can hit on W to go out of the inside edge loop too. Okay. What I want to point out is this. If we go into the face mode and we select this face and we hit on Control E and we extrude this face. When you look at this part here, you can see that we have a hole and we don't want that hole. So that is another reason why we need to make our cup thick. So to make the curve tick, we're going to right click and go into the object mode. With the curve selected, we're just going here and extrude. And when we hit on extrude, you are going to see this weird thing on your object. Not to worry, just go over to the thickness and increase the thickness. You can take it outward, but I don't want to take it outward. I want this to go inward because I don't want some certain issues here. You can do it outward, you can do it inward. It depends on you. But I want to do it inward. So I'm going to take this inward just like this. I think this is fine. Now, as I've taken this inward, if I go into the object mode, you can see that our mesh it's now black, and you don't want this thing in any way. So to fix this, just go over to mesh display and hit on reverse, and you are going to get the normal color of your object. So when we hit on 3 to go into the smooth preview, you can see that you have a nice curve here looking too good. So I'm going to select that and hit on 1. So for this is actually going to be an issue, but we've already done that, so we can just continue with that. So we're supposed to have a subdivision of 16, but we have 18. So we're just going to do with that error since this is just a regular model. So we're going to select, we'll go into the face mode, we're going to select this face, and we'll select the face. We're also going to select this face. Now, most times, most people will just tell you to extrude if you want to extrude the face. But when you extrude the face just like that, you're going to have something like pinching. So we want to avoid that pinching. So what we are going to do first is to offset these faces inward so that we're going to have an holding edge around these faces. So with these two faces selected, we're going to hit on Control E to extrude, and we go over to the offset, and we're just going to offset inward just like that. Now I am going to click off, so we have these two faces offset inward. Now it is time for us to extrude the bottom face, making it look exactly like the hand of this face here, of our curve. So we're going to select this, and we're going to hit on Control E to extrude, and we're going to bring this out. Now this goes up, it's not straight, so we're going to hit on W, and we're going to drag this up just like this. Now there is what we call smart extrude in Maya. Smart extrude is that when you have a face selected, you can just easily hold and shift and extrude that face. When you have edge selected, when you hold and shift, you can quickly extrude. So that is what we call smart extrude. So that is what I'm going to use here now. So I'm going to extrude this again, but I'm going to drag this up. You can now see that we don't need to switch between the extrude and the move to. We're just doing everything at once. So I'm going to move this back here, bring this down, let's go back to the face, bring this down, and I'm going here on E to go into the rotate tool, and I'm going to rotate this maybe like this. No, that's very bad. So I'm going to go just like this, hit on W and extrude. Okay, if this looks good, no, it's not that good. So I'm going to take this out again, and I'm going to extrude, maybe bring this down and go into the edge mode. Double click to select this edge, and also hold and shift, select this to edge. That did not select the whole edge loop around. So let me just undo that. So let me select this and bring this down just like this. So let's just select this loop around, and also bring it down just a bit. Okay, this is fine. So I think maybe this one I can bring it back just a bit. So I'm going to highlight all this and just That is way too bad. So let me undo that. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to select this face, hit on E, and I'm going to rotate the face and hit on R and just scale flat. That is what we call scale flats. And no, I won't scale flats. My rotate is very bad. So just going to hit on E and just rotate a little bit. W, smart extrude, W, E, and rotate like this. W, hold on, E, and do the smart extrude. And I'm going to bring this up and then go into the edge mode. Double click, drag this down, double click, drag this down, double click, drag this down. This is looking way too bad, so I'm going to push this in just like that. And I just want to connect this together. So I'm going to select the face, hit on E. I'm just going to rotate this down, hit on W, and I'm going to bring this down, hold on Shift, and extrude inward just like that. Okay, this is not really matching, so I'm going to try to make this match. Don't worry, we can go back and adjust all this. So I'm going to hit on E and I'm going to hit on R and I'm going to scale flat from here. So what I'm going to do now is to right click, go into the face mode, which I already am, select these two faces and hit on Control Delete to delete them. And the reason is because I want to connect these two edges together so that we're going to attach the hand of the curve to the curve itself. So with these two edges selected, but if you don't have them selected, just go into the edge mode, double click to select the edge, hold down Shift, and double click to select this edge. So once you have both of them selected, just go over to your modeling toolkit and hit on bridge. And when you do that, it is going to bridge that part for you. It's going to create a face connecting those edges together. So now you can go into the edge mode and just adjust the hand of the curve the way you want it. So we can do this just like that. Okay, so once you're done, you can just right click, go into the object mode and hit on 3 to go into the sub-D mode. So now you can see, and we avoid the pinching here because of that we did. Okay, so now you can just go back into, you can hit on 1 to go back into the normal mode, and you can just go into the edge mode and try to just adjust these edges to really make your curve, the hand of your curve look balanced and okay. So I think this is a little bit open. So I'm going to hit on R and just scale that down. And you can also scale all these edges flat. You can also select this one and scale it flat. You can also do that here, but not always you want to do that. So from here, you can just select this, adjust it, and bring it down just like that. So here we have this. So not everywhere. So I'm just going to bring this out a bit and also bring this out a bit. So you get the idea. So just go into right click, go into object mode and hit on 3. So here is our cup. Here is the cup. We have the cup. So now we can bring back our torus. So we can go over to display and go to show and show last hidden. And we're going to get the torus from here. And we're going to hit select the cup and move the cup all the way to this point. Now we are going to make the icing of the torus of we're going to make the icing of our donuts. Okay, so we need to move the donuts to the top of the grid. By the way, I think we can hide this grid for now. It is not necessary for now, so we can just go over. We can just go over to this part here and click on the grid to hide the grid. It feels weird, right? Or you get used to it. So let's come over to the icing. So you can pick anyone you want to make use of, or you can combine one or two together to create the icing. So I'm just going to select the cup and move it all the way to this part here. Okay, so to create this icing, we are going to make a duplicate of the top faces of our torus so that we are going to use it to create the icing. And the reason for that is we just want this to have the exact shape of the torus itself. If you want to make use of simulation, that is going to take a lot of time to do, and you're going to need a lot of PC power. So we're not going to do that. So what we are just going to do is to duplicate the top faces of our torus, and we are going to manipulate that to form our icing. So the first thing we need to do is to just duplicate the top faces, and keep in mind we need to turn off the camera base selection. So we're going to hit on spacebar to go into the front view. So we don't need our mug anymore. So we go into the channel box and just turn that off. And we go back into the modeling toolkit. So we're going to enable the solid view. We'll go back into the solid view. Now we're going to right click and go into the face mode, and I am going to both select all these faces just like this. Now I can get on spacebar and go back into the perspective mode, and now you can see that we have all of the top faces selected. So what we want to do now is to make a duplicate of these top faces that we are going to use for the icing. So first, let's hit on 1 to go back into the normal mode, or you can do that in the smooth preview. And when you duplicate, Maya will automatically return both objects into the normal mode. So we're going to hold our shift, right click, and we are going to select the one that says duplicate faces. And when we click on that, you can see nothing really happens, but you now see that our torus, it's no longer smooth because we actually duplicate the faces, but we can't see them. So this is where the outliner come in handy. You have other ways to do it. You can select the object, select the torus, and you can hide it. When you hide it, you are going to get the top faces which you just duplicated. But let's make use of the outliner this time. Let's go to the outliner, and now you can see that we have a group here. Initially, when we create the torus, it is going to be like this cylinder where there is nothing like this. But because we have duplicated the face of the torus, we now have a group. So when you look at the group, you can see that we have plus here. When you hit on plus, that plus, it is going to open that group for you. And here you are going to have poly surface 1 and poly surface 2. So we're going to select the poly surface 2, which is the faces which we just duplicated. So now you can see that we can select it. But first, we are going to select the main torus itself, which is the poly surface 1, hit on 3 to go into the smooth preview, and now you can see that we can select these faces we just duplicated. Now, for us to create this icing, we can't do that. We can't do that because we have less divisions on our object here. So we need to add more divisions. So to do that, we need to hold and shift and right click and come down to this option that say smooth. And when we click on smooth, you can see what happened to our mesh. You can see now that we have a lot of division, but I think the subdivision one, it's not really okay. So go up to 2. Now 2 works well for me. I can manipulate this to give me the kind of icing that I want. Now I can go back into object mode and you can see how smooth our icing is looking. Keep in mind that we are not in a smooth preview for the icing. We just apply the smooth mesh to get lots of division. Okay, so what we need to do now is to adjust or manipulate this icing to give us all this kind of shape. So to do that, you just want to right click and go into the edge mode. Not the edge mode, go into the vertex mode. So you select the vertex, and when you select the vertex, hit on W on the keyboard and move this. Select that one, select this one, and you move it. Then you go again and you move this one. Then you skip and go and go and go. So ask yourself the question, how long are you going to do this? This is going to waste your time. Not just wasting your time, it is not going to be perfect. How long are you going to do this? Well, there is an option in Maya which we can use to do this very fast. But before we do that, you can see the eyes in here. It is really on the face of the donut. So we need to make sure that the icing we are going to create is really, should I say, gummy or like attached to the surface of our tourist. But if I just select that vertex and I move this down, you can see that it is moving down. It is not attaching or it is not magneting to the face of our tourist. You can also just do this and yeah, but that is not really going to work. So what are we going to do to fix that issue? To make it automatically clip to the face of the tourist. Because of this, I've mixed use of different languages. So what we are going to do is to enable live objects. Live objects, it's going to make the object below a magnet so that when we modify the top object, it is going to magnet to the objects below. So we're going to select the torus, and when we select the torus, we just go over to this part here, and this icon that says, you can see that we have set object to live surface or object to live. Let me take this off so you can see object live. So when you click on that, you can now see in the outliner that the police office one, which is the torus, is now green, which is telling us that once we make modification to this icing, it is going to magnet or it is going to be attached to the face of the torus. So if I just select the vertex and I click on this, so now if I just move this down, you can see that it is magneting. It is just attached to the face of my torus. If you have the right word for that, please tell me. That is really going to help me. Okay. So we want to create all this on our eyes. So we can't start doing this one after the other by just making use of one of these vertex. So there is what we call soft select in Maya. So soft selection is going to help us select multiple vertex, multiple edges, or multiple faces at once. That is going to give us accurate modification. Now, if we move this, it's not really going to be accurate if we do it one after the other. But with the soft select, it is going to give us a nice and accurate edit. So when we hit on B on our keyboard, you can see what happens when we have the edge selected, the vertex selected. So you can see what is happening here. Now you can see it is big. If you want to make it small, just hold on B on your keyboard and you can reduce it by sliding your mouse to the right and to the left while holding down the left click. So you hold on B, left click, slide left or slide right to increase the size of the soft select. So I can just increase it just like this, and now I can move this down. You can see how accurate this is looking. So now you can turn this or you can orbit around your donut, and you can take this part up if you want to, but if that is too far, you can take it up from here. Just take it up. You can come down here and you can bring this down. You can bring some further than each other, and you can take this up, come here, and you can bring this down. If that is too much, let's come here and let's bring this down. Take a look at how easy this is looking. So we can take this up and we can come here, and I'm going to bring this way down just like that. And I can come here, take this up, come to this spot, take this down. And you can see as we are doing this, it is going inside of our torus. Don't worry, we're going to fix that. So let me bring this down. Let's come here and take this up. Let's come here and take this down. Perfect. This is really looking so good. So for now, we can go into the object mode. With this object selected, it is what we call isolate in Maya. Isolate, it's going to temporarily hide every other object, but leave that particular object you have selected in your viewport. Now you can use this when you want to focus on one particular object, and you can also use this maybe when you want to just save very well. So I'm going to hit on Control+1 to isolate, and now you can see how this is looking so nice. So I'm going to hit on Control+1 again, and if you want to isolate button, just make use of this. When you have the object selected, just go up here and click on that. It's going to isolate it. Now we need to repeat this same thing for the inner parts of our icing. So right click, go into the vertex mode, select here, but this time we're going to hold on B and reduce it. So we're going to take this up, bring this up just like that. So we come down to this part here. We're going to bring this down, come to this part here, take it up. Let's see. And come here, bring this down just like that. And I think we're going to take this down. Let me bring this down. Let's see. Okay, this is fine. Now we're going to hit on B to disable the soft select, and we're going to right click and go into the object mode. So we just did this, but if you look at all the icing, you can see that we have something like a drip of the icing. So we need to do something like that. So to do that, we need to manually do some extrusion of edge. So we're going to right click, go into the edge mode. So we're going to select this edge and hold on shift and do a smart extrude. Now you can't really see this, so I'm going to undo this. I'm going to I will select this torus, or maybe I'm just going to select this and hit on Control+1 to isolate. Don't worry, the live surface is still enabled to go into the edge mode. Select this, and we're just going to bring this down and just bring it down just like that. So we can come to this part, hold and shift and do the smart extrude. And we can hold and shift, just select this, hold and shift and do the smart extrude. This shouldn't be too much, just like this is fine. And here, maybe no, this part here, we can hold on here, just select that and do the smart extrude just a little. If you want this to go around, you can do that. So we can do one here, just a little, and we can do one. You can also select two edges and just do your extrusion if you want to. Just do that. So I think just do this. So I think I won't do one here. I won't do any one from here. So now what we are going to do is right click, go into the object mode, shift right click and go into the insert edge loop too. So we'll go into insert an edge here, insert an edge here, insert an edge here, insert an edge, insert edge, and I guess that is all. Help all who are using inserted. Now, why are we doing this? If you look at this, you can see that it is not just stripping, some part are scaled inward. So we're going to go back into Maya. We're going to right click and go into vertex mode. And now we can just select these two vertex, hit on R, and we can just scale in a little bit. We can select the bottom here, we can scale this out, and we can select this one, scale it in just like that. You just want to do it randomly. Select, scale this just a little, and maybe scale this out. Let's rotate. And for this, select this, sorry, and you select this, and you just scale this in. You can just leave it that way. And for this, we're going to scale it out. This looks weird, I know. And I think that is all. So if we hit on Control 1 to bring back the donut itself, you can see that all this is going inside, right? But let me show you something. So if we select the donut itself, now if we still go back to the eyes and hit on Control 1, if we hit on 3 to go into the smooth preview, you can see how weird all this is looking, isn't it? Well, this is going to make sense in a moment. So let's bring back the torus itself. Okay, so now we can turn off the live surface. It's not needed anymore. So we need to make this icing thick so that it's going to be on top of our donuts, just like what we have here. So to do this, we need to go into the object mode and make sure that we have the icing selected. And what we are going to do, you might have guessed it, we need to extrude. So we're going to hit on extrude, and when we hit on extrude, we're going to get this option here. So we need to play around with the thickness to make it thick. So we're going to bring up the thickness just like this. So you can play with the thickness the way you want it. Any way you want the thickness to be, that is how you can just do the thickness. Just make it thick. It's all on you. So I think this is fine. So I can click off. Now you can see some of my icing looks good and the drip looks good and some is not really looking good, just like this one here. So I can go into the vertex mode. I can just select this two vertex, hit on W and drag it down. So you can see the live surface is no longer enabled. So this is dripping more than the way it is supposed to. So I'm going to select this and enable the live surface again. So I will go back into object mode and select this, right click and go into, it's not available. So let me enable that again. Okay, so let me select this, right click and go into the vertex mode. And now I can bring this down. So you can see it is really sticking to the surface. So if that is still going inside, just select that and okay, we're going to fix that later. So let's leave that. So if you want to do this for every other icing, just go ahead and do that. That is the only place we have issue. So what I'm going to do now is to right click, go into object mode, and hit on one to go back into normal mode. So I'll go into the vertex mode, select this vertex, and so because of the live surface, so I'm going to turn this off, and now I can bring this vertex outward. So I'm going to select this and this, and I'm going to bring it outward just a little bit. And I'm going to select this, node shift select this and this, and I'm going to bring it outward so that it's going to be big a little bit. So I can just bring this outward and repeat this for this and bring it outward. Well, you got the idea. Just go ahead and do it. And now I can go into the object mode, hit on 3, right click, object mode, and go off. Now you have the icing of our donuts looking so good, looking so nice. Okay, so that is it for this video. In this video, we are going to talk about UV mapping, which is very necessary before we go ahead and texture. All right, welcome back. So in the previous lesson, I talked about UV mapping. That is what we are going to do in this lesson, but there are so many things left for us to do. Let me pull up the reference quickly. So here is the reference, and let's take a look at some of these donuts here. When you look at the donut, you can see that it is not as smooth as what we have here. And when I mean as smooth, I'm not talking about the bump and just the bump. I'm not talking about the bump. I'm talking about the donut itself. You can see that it's not just perfectly rounded. The shape, it's not round completely, but when you look at ours, it is round, like the shape is so perfect. So we need to add that imperfections to that. So just take a look at all this. You can see here, this part, it's a little bit swollen. Here it's swollen. Just take a look at all this. It's not accurate like what we have here. So we need to achieve something like that, and we need to really make this show here. Okay, so we are going to make use of one of the technique in Maya that's rarely used by most artists that make use of Maya. We're going to be making use of the sculpting method to modify the icing to add some shapes and some dimension to the icing. Well, it's not something that's really going to be advanced. It's just going to be so simple. And I'm just going to walk you through on how we are going to do that. And not just the sculpting, we are also going to make use of another technique to just give our donut a nice shape that is really going to make it look more like a donut and imperfect like what we have here. Okay, so what we are going to do now is to select the donut, the icing. When we select the icing, we'll go over to our chef Alt K. Remember, Alt K, if you're making use of my workspace or you follow up the workspace customization, and in the first lesson of this video, you know that okay, it's what we use to bring back our shelf. So we head over to the sculpting tab, which is this one here. Now we're going to make use of the pull a single vertex. This is known as the grab brush. We're going to make use of this brush to adjust and do some kinds of modification to our icing to really make it look good. Now, we need to make sure that we do this gently in order for us not to pull the icing completely away from the donut itself, because we are not going to be making use of the live surface this time. If we make use of the live surface, it is going to give us a lot of problem too. We just need to try to be accurate when we work with this. Okay, so now I'm going to select this brush, which is this one here. I'm going to double click on it to open up the two options here. You can see as I double click on the brush, our icing turn green. The material turns into green. That is telling us that the sculpting mode is now enabled in Maya. So the current size of the brush is set to 0.169, and the tool name is called the grab brush. And this tool is just used to pull surface. You can see that. So it's just used to pull solid surface of your mesh. So that is what we are going to use. So the strength is currently set to 50, and I'm going to set this to 100. For now, I'm just going to leave it that way. Now we have a brush. If you want to increase and decrease the size of the brush, you just hold down B key. When you hold down the B key, you left click on your mouse and slide up to increase. And you slide right and slide left to increase and decrease the size of the brush. Note that you don't want to use a smaller brush in a particular place or on a particular place where you are supposed to make use of a larger brush. You just want to keep that in mind. So what I'm going to do is to go in and try to define this icing properly, which is not really looking so good. So I'm going to drag this down. I'm going to bring this down just like this. And you can see it is separating from the donut itself. So I'm going to undo that. And I'm just going to do this from the side here. See now that is actually going to, so let me do this from here, bring this down. That is not separating that much, but you can also push it back if you wish to push it back. You can see that. So now I'm just also going to do that here. I felt like this is Photoshop, so I just hit the square bracket keys to try to increase the size of the brush. How funny. So I'm going to hold on B and increase the size of the brush, and I'm just going to drag this down. I'm going to undo and just drag this down a little bit and push it inward. And for this icing, I'm going to reduce the size of the brush and try to shape it just like this. I can bring this down a little bit, shape this outward, try to bring this down. Okay, this is looking so good. And I can push this inward, just like that. Okay, so I think I will increase the size of my brush and then maybe just try to maybe bring these down. Yeah, just like that. Or maybe take it up. Yeah, just take it up like that. And then just bring this down. And I'm going to decrease the size of the brush and work on the icing just like that. And I'm going to increase the size of the brush and push this part up and also push this part up. And here I can push it up. Maybe squish this side a little bit. And yeah, okay. This is fine. Now I want to do some adjustment to the top of the icing So I'm going to increase the size of the brush and then just gently. So I'm going to reduce the strength of the brush to 50%. And I'm just going to gently pull the icing up. So at this part, you want to make use of a large brush or just some part of the icing, not everywhere, just some parts. So I'm going to pull this up, not way much, and then just up. Yeah, and also maybe pull this up a bit. Okay, this is looking good. Now, this is currently not affecting the donut itself. It is only affecting the icing. But don't worry, we're going to work on the donuts once we are done with this. Okay, so we can just push this up a bit. Now, maybe take that down and maybe take this inside a bit. Okay, we are getting somewhere, so we can take this down. We don't want to do this too much because when we try to work on the donut itself, we are also going to work on the icing, not just the donut itself. So I'm going to just take this down. Now, when you look at some of the surface, some of the areas of the icing, you can see that they are flat, not as rounded as what we have here. So we need to make ours flat also, some areas of it. So we're going to select the flatten brush from here. We're just going to click on that. And when you see it here, flatten to, I'm just going to leave these settings the way it is here. And I'm just going to just maybe reduce the brush size a bit. And you're just going to paint. You can see as a paint, it is flattening that particular area. You just want to do this gently because the sculpting tools in Maya, it's not really accurate. It's very bad. Of course, Maya have a dedicated sculpting software which is known as Moodbox, but I don't know if I'm the only one, but I know I've heard someone or see someone talked about this somewhere. Why Autodesk decide not to merge Moodbox with Maya? It is going to make Maya a powerhouse if they can just do that. Moodbox is a nice sculpting software, but if they can just simply merge this with Maya, it's really going to change a lot because the sculpting is going to be powerful in Maya. That is why most artists just prefer to make use of ZBrush alongside Maya instead of just making use of the Maya for the sculpting. So I'll go back to my grab brush and I think as I flatten this part, I lost some definitions here. So I'm just going to adjust it. Okay, so this is fine. Just go ahead and play with the flatten brush. You can see what we've done here. This is really looking good. So now to go out of the sculpt mode, you just need to hit on W or select any other tool. But before we do that, if you make modifications to your tools, you can just hit on reset to go back to the default. You can see the grab tool has gone back to the default. So you can also select the flatten tool and just hit on reset. That is if you do any modifications to it. So you can just close that. So now once we close that, we just need to hit on W and we hit on W, we've gone out of the scope mode. You can see the modification we've done to the mesh. Yeah, that is fine. But I have this curve interference, so I'm just going to highlight the donut itself and I will go to these buttons up here and I'm just going to isolate the donut itself. So now we don't need the shelf anymore. I'm just going to hit on OK to hide the shelf. Okay, now we want to squish this donut so that it's not going to be perfect. Let me see. All these are digitally created donuts. So let's go to this one. Okay, now you can see, and even the edge of it, you can see this edge. It feels like it is going inside a bit, so we need to achieve something like that. Now if we decide to do this, it's not really going to be okay, so we can hit on R and say let us scale it is going to affect everything we have. But there is what we call deformers in Maya. Deformers in Maya helps you to make modification to your object without affecting the mesh of your object. I hope if that makes sense. So we can make modification to, I think this place is a little bit too up. No, that is fine. It's okay. We can work with that. Okay. So with the deformer, we can make modification to these two objects without affecting the mesh itself. So the deformer we are going to be using here is the one called ladders. It is going to help us squish our donuts, give us the kind of shape we want. It's just like we are modeling, but we are not directly affecting the mesh or the topology of our mesh. We are just affecting the overall shape and not the topology of our mesh. So to make use of this deformer, we're just going to select our object. Make sure you have both of them selected. Go over to the form and scroll down to the part where you have lattice or lattice or whatever it is, or lattice. I guess, yeah, there's lattice or lattice or whatever it is. I don't know. Just click on that. And when you click on that, you are going to get this. So this is just it. Now, what we want to do is to create divisions on top, the side, and all around of this so that we'll be able to modify our donut. So we need to go into our attribute editor. And as usual, you want to look for the one that has the word shape. So we're going to look for the one that say FFDT letters shape. So you're going to click on that. And when you click on that, you're going to get the subdivisions, the divisions S, the division T, and the division U. So what I want to do here is change everything to 3, 3, and 3. So I can just hit on enter. And let's take a look at this. This is really good. So now we can make use of this to squish our donut. Now, to be able to edit this point, you can see if I try to click, I can't get any point. I still click on my model itself. So to be able to edit this point, you just want to make sure you select your lattice, which is this. Then you just right click and hold down and select lattice point or lattice point, anyone. So once you do that, you'll be able to select all the whole point. You can see the vertex of the lattice or the points of the lattice. So I want to select all the midpoint of it. So I'm just going to highlight everything, but make sure you orbit around to be sure that, yeah, you select everything. All right, so I have everything selected. Now, if you want more divisions, I need to just make sure you increase this. Maybe I can go 2 for the top. This is fine. So now if you have the move to selected, hit on R to select the scale to, and I'm just going to scale this inward. Take a look at this. You can see now that we have that shape. This part is scaling inward without affecting our original mesh. And this is really looking so good. So now we need to go in individually and edit this. So I'm going to raise this part up. Maybe I'll come down here and raise this part up. Yeah, here. Maybe I'm just going to bring this part down. Yeah, that part works well. And I can go to the bottom part as well. I can select this, hold on shift, select this, and maybe, yeah, just those two. And I can bring them down just a little bit. And I'm going to select this and this, and I can just bring it down a bit, not that much. So maybe I can also play with this. All right, so you get the idea. You see how everything is looking. And sometimes, if you make use of this ladders to squish your donuts, when you squish your donut, you find out that the icing it's going inside of the donut itself. If you have that issue, you just want to grab your brush and just drag that part. Your grab brush from the sculpting shelf, just grab that part out. It's just as simple as that. Okay, this is really fine. Now, how do we take away the lattice? So we can just right click and go into the object mode, but it is still there and we don't want it to be there. Now we just want to bake this into our mesh. At this point, it is still on the lattice. So if you just delete it, you can see that our object go back to the original shape it was before we make use of that. So if I hit on Control Z to bring that back. Now we want to bake this into our donut. So how are we going to bake it? There is what we call history in Maya. I've never touched this because I want to show you this personally. When we go into the channel box, there are so many things going on here. So from here now, you can see that we have under the shape, which is this one here, you can see that we have divisions 3. This is the history of the lattice, the divisions we've added, the history. This is it. Now, if I select this icing itself, you can see all the modification we've been doing to our icing. Everything is being recorded in Maya. This is helpful, but at the same time, it's not helpful because if this accumulates a lot, it is going to be too heavy for your computer, and sometimes it might make Maya crash, and your viewports might run slow at some point. Now, the use of this is that you can go back to any of this in time and modify it. So if you extrude, which is what we have here, poly extrude, you can just modify the extrusion from here, and it is also going to affect your mesh. And if you can see that it keeps counting the number of extrusion we have done. So here you can see this is extrude 6, poly extrude 7, poly extrude 8, and so on. All this you can use it to go back and make modifications to your object at some point. But the moment you delete this history, you won't be able to do all this. And if we don't delete the history, there's no way we can take away these ladders. And if we delete these ladders, it is going to delete the modifications we've done to our donut itself. So we need to bake this into our donut. So for us to bake this into our donut, we just have to go into the outliner. From here, we're going to select the donut, and we'll select the donut. We're going to delete the history of the donut for us to bake this into the donut and for us to be able to delete the lattice. So we have different ways of deleting history. You can bring back the shelf, which is the most easy way. Go into the poly modeling. There is this tab here, this middle one here, which is delete history. But since we don't make use of the shelf, you can just go over to edit from here, delete by type and history. Now I want to tell you something. There's two options we have here. We have delete by type and we have delete all by type. Delete by type, if I have only the icing selected, if I go over to edit, delete by type and history, it is going to delete the history of the icing alone. It won't delete the history of every object that I have. And if I go delete all by type history, it is going to delete the history of the icing, delete the history of the donut itself, and also delete the history of every object I have in my scene. That is the difference between these two. So what we want to do at this point is just to delete the history of the donut itself. So we just go to edit, delete by type, and history. So the moment we do this, you can see that the lattice just disappear and we have our donuts in that shape itself. So take a look at this. This is looking so good. So don't forget to save. At this point, what we are doing is increment and save. So we go over to file increment and save. Now you have the previous version of your donut. If you want to go back, you just have to close Maya and open up the previous version. So here you can see that we have donut 0002. So if you go back to donut.001, it is going to take you back to the previous version of donut you have. Okay, this is looking so good and it's no more looking perfect like what we have there. So now we can just bring back our cup, which is here. So before we round up this video, we need to create our plate. Normally, this is supposed to be an assignment for you. Just pick any plate of your choice and create it. But we're just going to create this together. And I won't spend much time trying to create this plates. I'm just going to do it very fast and very swift. Okay, so now for us to create this plate, we're just going to shift right click and add a cylinder. I'm going to hit on R to scale these down. And I'm just going to scale these down just like that. I'm going to hit on Control 1 to isolate. And I think, yeah, for now, this is fine. But I'm going to reduce the divisions of this. So I will go into the attribute editor, go to polycylinder 2. From here, I'm just going to change the subdivision axis. Take it all the way down to 12. So I put it 112, so 12. 12 is fine. If this is too low, you can increase this. It's your choice. But if I go into the subdi mode, you can really see it is smooth. So I'm going to bring this back. All right, so now I'm just going to right click, go into the face mode and select all this face. And I know it is going to select this other face. So I'm just going to manually deselect them and hold down shift and just add to all these faces. And I'm going to control delete them. Okay, so let's take a look at this. We want to work on. Yeah, this is really looking. I think I'll go with this one, or probably this one. I'll go with this one. I'll go with this. So I'm going to work with this. I'm going to scale this down again. All right, so I'll go into the edge mode, select this edge, hit on W, drag this down just a bit, and I'm going to double click on this, hit on R. I'm going to scale this inward, like very well, just like this. So I'm going to select these edges, hit on W. I'm going to take this up because I want to have some space inside here. And there is something I want to show you. We've been doing something wrongly. Normally, I don't like keeping my models that way. So where is the cup? When we select this cup, you can see how this bottom is looking. Normally, I don't merge down. I don't merge all my edges to the center. I always quad few holes. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So let me quickly go back to my outliner and select the plate and isolate it again. So I'm going to show you how to do that here. There are different ways of doing this, not different ways. There are two ways of doing this. You can make use of a plugin, which I'm going to show you, or a script, not a plugin, which I'm going to show you. But the script is not free. You can get that $2 on an ad station, probably $1. I can't tell. I bought this probably 2 years ago or last year. I bought this last year. So you can use it to quickly quad few holes, but you can also do that manually yourself in Maya. So I'm going to go into the edge mode and just drag this up like that. Okay, so this, I'm going to hit on R and I've showed you how to smart extrude with, when you select any edge, you just hold on shift and you extrude. But how do you offset making use of this method? So when you select the area where you want to, or the edges that you want to offset, you're just going to hold on shift and scale from the middle to go inward, and it is going to extrude that particular area or that particular edges for you. So I'm going to bring this down again. And the plate, it's not always rounded completely. Like it's not just flat inside completely. It doesn't just go flat inside completely. So I'm going to hit on R and scale this in. Now I'm going to hit on W, hold on Shift, and just extrude this down a little. Yeah, just a little. I'm going to zoom in, hit on R, hold on Shift, and I'm going to scale in, and hold on Shift again, and just scale inward. Normally, the way we did this when we are modeling the cup, we just Shift right click, go to merged slash collapse vertices, merge slash collapse edges, and we select merge edges to the center. Sometimes all these can be so frustrating and you just pronounce them somehow. So what we are going to do this time, we're going to shift right click and come down to this part and say fill hole. This is even the worst. Filling the hole just like this is the worst than merging all the edges to the center. So what we are going to do here, I'm going to undo this. Let me see. It's let's go into face mode. Okay. Let's go back into edge mode. It feels like it's yours. So I'm going to double click on that and just extrude this in one more time. So when I hit on Ctrl Z, I thought the face is still there because of my. To use that script, I have the script in my shelf. I import it into Maya and add it into my polling modeling shelf. So this is the script here. I can just click on this to open the script, and I'm just going to keep this here. So to make use of this script, you can see it's quite fill hole. You just want to right click and go into vertex mode, select one vertex, come over to the script and hit on fill hole, and then you just hit on quad fill hole, and that it's going to quad fill the hole. Look at that, so clean and quick, so perfect. Well, it is still the same thing, that is if you want to do it yourself in Maya. And I'm going to show you with the top when we are done with modeling the top part of our plate. You can see there's a little bit of calculation going on here, which I'm going to show you later on. So we go into the edge mode again, and we're just going to click on this edge. So when you look at this part of the plate, you can see that we have a little bit of an offset just at the top, just like that. And we have an extrusion, and we're going to extrude downward. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. That is annoying. So we're going to scale this inward, hit on W, bring this down. So I think I'm going to take this up just a bit because of this part, and hit on R to scale this. Yeah, we're just going to do it. We're just going to try and align it with this line here. So we're just going to hit on W, bring this down, hit on R, and just scale it in a little bit. Now we're going to hold our Shift and just scale this inward. Do we have something else? Yeah, that is it. And then we can just bring this down. That is exactly what we do when we are modeling the bottom part of it. So we're just going to bring this down just like that. And we're just going to scale this in one more time. And now we're just going to right click, fill hole. Now take a look at what is going on here. Okay, now to fill this hole, you need to make sure when you fill this hole, all the faces have 4 vertex. That is why it is called quad fill hole. So when you hear about quad in any modeling program, it's referring to a face that have 4 vertex or 4 points. So that is what we need to achieve here. So to do that, you just want to go over to your modeling toolbox from here and select the multi-cut tool, or you make use of the M key on your keyboard as usual. Now, first you want to connect these vertex together. Remember, when we make use of the multi-cut tool, have we make use of the multi-cut tool? No, we've not made use of the multi-cut tool. Or maybe I forgot. You can also make use of this multi-cut to add edge loop, which is what I find myself using a lot. And you can also use this to connect edges together. So we're just going to come down to this part. Before you click to make a cut, make sure that you have this red highlight on a particular edge. The moment you just get to that edge, it is going to snap to that edge. Look at it, it's going to snap. So when it snap to that edge, it's going to show red. Look at that, it's going to show red. So once you have that red, just left click there. And when you left click, you can just come down to this part here and click to add another edge. And when you add that edge there, that's not it. Don't just go and click again. So you need to hit on enter to register that edge. So now we've hit on enter to register the edge there. So we're going to come down here again. We're going to click here, hit on enter. We're going to click here, hit on enter. Now take a look at this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, a quad. 1, 2, 3, 4, a quad. Now, I know what you are going to do next is to start from here. You're going to connect this to this, connect this to this, and also connect this to this. But take a look at it. It's no longer a quad. It's now a triangle. We have 1, 2, 3. It's no longer a quad. At this point, you are no longer quad filling this hole. So to avoid this, you want to keep one edge from here. So we're going to skip this edge, and we'll come over to this one here. So we're going to click here, and connect it. So now when we connect these two edges and made it together, if we go back here, we can 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have the 4 vertex. If we go back here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, we have 4 vertex. So that is how you quad fill. I know you are going to ask, what if you have multiple, what if you have multiple divisions? Because we just have 6 here. So let me quickly show you that. I'm going to right click and create a cylinder. And we're just going to focus on the face of this cylinder. So I'm just going to right click, go into the face mode, control, go to shift right click, control shift right click, go to select, and turn on camera based selection, select all this, control delete. Now with these edges selected, I'm going to hit on R, and I'm just going to scale inward quickly, and I'm going to right click and fill hole. Hit on M to select the multi-cut tool. Now you can see that we have lots of divisions here. It's just the same technique. You just have to calculate because we have lots of division here. So when you first of all connect this to this, you hit on enter. You can now connect this one to this one, connect this to this, and make sure you are doing it step by step. You don't connect here, you connect, when you connect here, you connect here, connect here, and connect here, you are going to have issues. So we can now connect from here and connect here, you know, enter, connect here and connect here. Make sure when you connect here, it is accurate. So if you have one in the middle, you connect 2 on the right, you also connect 2 on the left. Now, once you are done with the top connection, you want to skip 1 here. So you start from the second one here. You count 1, 2. From the last connection you did, you count 1, you skip the 2 and start from the 3 and also the 3. Then you connect, you come down here, you connect, you come down here, you connect, and you start from this one again. 1, 2, you skip it, 3, and you leave that. Now you are going to see it is quad completely. So that is how you can quad fill holes. I'm just going to right click, go into the object mode, select and delete this. Now this is really looking good, but not as good as what it is supposed to be, because if I hit on 3, we are going to lose shapes, but our plate looks good, but we're just going to lose shape of it. If you look at this part here, you can see that it is rounded. We have that rounded shape, and we have a little bit of a crease inside of the plate. So we're going to hit on 1, and we're just going to right click, go into the edge mode, double click to select this edge, hit on Ctrl B to bevel. We're going to, no, it's not too sharp, so we're going to leave the chamfer on, and we're just going to reduce the fraction just like that. I think I'm going to add 1 segment to make it 3, and just, free that. I'm not going to make it too tight. Now I'm going to double click on this edge and hold on shift, double click on this edge, hit on Control B to bevel, and I'm going to increase the fraction just like that. I know this is really going to be crazy, but I'm going to show you something. So we're going to right click, go back into the object mode, hit on 3, and when we hit on 3, I'm going to leave the bottom the way it is, and all this part is going to be just the way it's supposed to be. And yeah, this is the plate we're going to make use of. This as the plate. So we're going to bring back every other things we have here. So we're going to select the plate, hit on R, and we're going to scale the plate up. I think this is fine. Hit on W, select the donut and the icing, and we're just going to bring this down. Try and see if you align that inside the plate. Don't make it go down. It's already going below the plate. Yeah, this is fine. And now we have our donut in a plate. All right, so that is it for this video. And just take out your time, work on your own model, and I'm going to see you in the next video. All right, we are back. In this video, we are going to talk about UV mapping. So most of you might have heard UV mapping, but what is UV mapping? UV mapping is the process of telling Maya how a 2D image, which is texture, wrap around a 3D object. A 2D image wrap around 3D object. Well, we are going to take a look at that. A 3D model has the X, the Y, and the Z. Y texture is a flat image, so they use UV instead of X and Y. Well, that might be a little bit complicated. Okay, think of UV mapping like unwrapping a real donut and laying it flat on the table. The donut wrapper is 2D, but the donut is 3D. That should be very easy for you to understand. Now, I'm going to show you something. Let me quickly go back and then open a sample for you to see why UVs are very important. Take a look at this. There is no change of setting here. Let me show you this. Let me right click and go into material attributes, and let's go down to geometry, and let's go into the bump mapping. Let's go here. Let me go back. Okay, here. So take a look at this. You can see that the bump depth is set to 1, which simply means that the bump, which is all these little holes we have here, should be deep and more thick than what we have here. But because we have an incorrect UV map, that is why the bump, it's not that effective. It's not that solid the way we expect it to be. Well, not just that, I also have a plate here. So let's see that. Now, if you look at this plate, you can see that we have stretching here on the texture, and the texture is not even really looking that good. That is because we have an incorrect UV map, which is stretching. So now let's take a look at these UVs. If I go into the UV editor, and when I select this donut, you can see what is, when I select the icing, you can see what is happening here. But if I select this donut, you can see that we have a nice UV, which is really good. So if I hit on Control 1 to isolate the donut, you can see that everything is aligning perfectly. Just take a look at this. You can see how perfectly it is aligned because we have a good UV. So the question now is, why is UV mapping important? Without good UVs, texture stretches, which is just what you see here. Logos distort. That is, if you want to apply anything like logo on your object or your model, material doesn't look realistic, and we're going to take a look at that when we start applying materials and after we've used it. Pay close attention to this. You can see that these materials is not applying very well, or the textures are not applying very well, and we also have stretching here because of the wrong UVs. And rendering quality drops. So all these things you need to know about good UVs and bad UVs. So now that you've known about this, let's go back and let's start UV mapping. Now, before you start UV mapping, there are some certain things you need to do. The first thing you need to do is to make sure that your outliner is properly and well organized. Well, it's just a must you do this. And not just a must for you to do this. If you are working on a project with a team and you are going to share the project folder with other members of your team, you need to keep your project organized so that when you transfer this project folder to another member of your team, they can just pick up from where you left off without troubling you or trying to understand what you have done in your project. That is why naming is very important. Now, let's say we want to select only these stories, but first, not the stories, the icing, but first, let's take a look at this. If we select the plate here, we are going to see P cylinder 2, which simply means poly cylinder 2. And within this series, we've made use of two cylinder, which is the cup, which is the cylinder 1, and the plate that is cylinder 2. Now, if we want to select the icing, it is supposed to be poly torus or P torus, but when we select it, what we see here is P torus 1. Of course, it's supposed to be P torus 1, but the difference here is that when you look at the side of the cylinder, you can see that we have the polygon logo, but when we look at the torus, the icing, we don't have polygon logo there. So what is happening? And if we also choose or select the donut itself, we are still going to get that same polytorus one. So what exactly is happening? These two are supposed to be your separate objects on their own, just like the plate and the cup, but they are one. Well, whenever you see this in Maya, this is referred to as group. You use group to stack multiple objects into one inside of Maya, not just in Maya, almost all the whole 3D programs. And just like in Photoshop, if you have enough layers in your Photoshop and you think it is too much, it is time for you to organize your layers panel. The way you are going to do it is to group the text into one folder, put all the backgrounds into one folder. That is also going to help you keep your layers panel organized. The same thing goes on in Maya here. So we want to find the icing and the torus. For us to find the icing, we need to come down to this part here. When you look at the right part, you can see that we have a plus icon. That plus icon is telling us that we have some things inside of this group. So when we click on that plus icon, it is going to open and give us two items. Now, when we look at these items, you can now see that we have the polygon logo by the side of them. But something changed. Normally, it is supposed to be polytorus, which is P torus, just like what we have here. P torus 1 and P torus 2. But here we have polysurface 1 and polysurface 2. So what really happened? If you remember at some point in this video, probably the second lesson or the third lesson, we make a duplicate of the original torus, which is our donut, to form the icing itself. So when you make such duplicates in Maya, it is going to automatically convert the polytorus to polysurface. So this is what you need to keep in mind. So you need to stay organized. But first thing I want to do is to take these two out. Normally, I'm not supposed to take them out because this is exactly what I want to do, but I want to show you how to achieve something like this in Maya. So to take all these out, you need to, if you left click and drag, it's not going to work. It's going to highlight everything in your scene. But to take this out of the group, you are going to middle mouse click and drag out. That is going to help you take it out from the group. And we're also going to middle mouse click and drag this out. So we're just going to select the pictures because we don't have anything inside again, and just hit delete. And now once we delete that, we no longer have that group there. So we need to stay organized and rename everything we have here. So we need to select the first one, which is the donut, and we're going to name that to donut and hit on enter. And we're going to double click on this and name it to icing and hit on enter. We're going to select this, which is the cup, but we can't see that for now. We're going to hit on enter and double click finally and name this to plates. This is it. Now we want to group all these objects together because they are two separate objects. We have 4 objects in our same board. They are classified into 2 categories. We can classify these 2 as snack, and then these 2, I don't know what we're going to classify them like. Then it's pretty far from my head right now. I don't know what I'm going to call them. If you know, just go ahead and do it yourself. I'm going to select this and hold down Control and select this one. Now, when you select it to group, you just want to hit on Control G to group. Now, double click to rename that group. So I'm going to name this to donut icing. So it's just going to be that way, nothing serious. So I can just say donut space bar and icing. Hit on enter. Take a look at it. I wanted to see something. Where is my eye? Icing. I have 2 eyes there. Okay, so take a look at this. You can see currently that we have a space here, isn't it? So pay close attention to that, please. The moment I hit on enter, look at what Maya did. Maya added an underscore right there. Now, this is a thing in Maya. Maya don't use spacebar for anything when you are naming in your outliner. So whenever you want to do that, you just need underscore. So keep that in mind. Whenever you see that, it's not an error. That is how Maya works. I'm going to select this, hit on Control G, and I'm just going to name this to plates and cup and hit on enter. Awesome. Now everything is okay. It is time for us to go ahead and start UV mapping, but there is still something we need to do. There is what we call history in Maya. We talked about this history, I guess, in one lesson, where we make use of the lattice to squish our donut. I told you how to do that, but there is more to this history. What is history and why is this history necessary? So when we go into the outline, into the channel box, when we select this donut, we can't see anything here. This is the history box. When we also select the icing, we can't see anything. This is the history box. And this is because we've already deleted the history from the previous lessons. But when I select the plate, you can see that we have history. Now, what is this history? Everything you do on your object, it's going to be recorded as a history. If you remember, we extrude our plate multiple times. We extrude, and we extrude. We also do some tweaks and so on. So if we go back in time to any one of these, we can modify it. We can take it back. So I think we do some extrusion, which is on the pivot Y. Now we can reduce that extrusion. But sometimes be careful, because if you want to use this, it might cause some problem for you. But this is just going to help you to easily go back to undo what you have done before. And at the same time, while this is good, it is also bad, because if this accumulates a lot in your Maya, it is going to make your Maya lag, and at some point Maya can just crash. So all these we need to fix before we start UV mapping. And there is another thing which is called transformation. When you look at this place, you can see that the scale Z is not set to 0, it's not set to 1. The scale X, Y, and Z, they are all not set to 1. And when we see this translate Y, it's still not set to 0. And there is what we call in Maya freeze transformation. Freeze transformation is going to help you reset all this so that you don't get any issue with your position and your scale whenever you want to do anything in Maya. And when we select the cup, you can see translate X, and we have a lot of history concerning the cup. And when we select the icing, you can see that we have translate Y and Z not zeroed out, and the donut translate Y and Z not zeroed out. So all these things we need to fix. So to fix this, we need to go into our outliner. We're going to select the donut and the icing. First, I'm going to hit on W because we are also going to do what we call center pivot. So yeah, you are going to see. Now, this pivot is not currently centered. It's at the bottom of our donut. So how do we delete the history, freeze transformation, and center the pivot? Well, you can just go to edit, scroll down to delete by type, and delete by type is just going to delete the history on the particular model. And why delete all by type is going to delete the history, not just on the cup itself, but not just on the donut itself, but all the objects you have in your scene. And that is not what we want. We want to do this one after the other, just because I want you to see it. So let's go into the channel box so that we can really see what is going on. Now we can see the zero of the other scale right here, but remember when we select them one after the other, we have translate Y for the icing and so on. So we go to edit, delete by type, and then history. When we do that, if we select the icing individually, it is still there. No, we've not finished the transformation. So we don't have anything history here. So we just have the transformation. So if we go back to the outliner and we select the donut again, we go to, let's go back to the channel box. We go to the modify and we come down to this part that says freeze transformation. And when we freeze the transformation, if we select the icing, you can see now that the translate X, Y, and Z are zeroed out and the scale X, Y, and Z are set back to 1. So as the icing, everything has been returned back. Now it is time for us to center the pivot. We just go into the channel box and select the donut group again, and we go to modify, and this time we're just going to hit on center pivot. And when we do that, you can now see that our pivot have moved from the bottom to the mid part of our object. Well, there is another way you can do this, and that is what I am going to show you next. Now let's go into the attribute editor, no, not the attribute editor, the outliner, and let's select our cup and plate. We have lots and lots of history for the plates and for the cup. So another way to do this is by going into your shelf. From here, we have 3 buttons here. This is the center pivot, this is delete history, and this is freeze transformation. So you can just say delete the history, center the pivot, and freeze transformation. Now, if we go into the channel box, we select the cup, we don't have any history here. When we select the place, we don't have any history. And also translate X, Y, and Z, rotate X, Y, and Z, and scale X, Y, and Z. So everything is good. It is safe for you to go ahead and start UV mapping. And also note that the UV mapping is going to add its own history. Okay, now that we're done with this, we need to UV map. For us to start UV mapping, we need to bring up our UV. We need to bring up our UV editor. So you can just go up here and UV editor, just click on it. The UV editor is going to open. But if you can't find it in this menu here, you can also find it in your shelf, which is, where is it? Here, UV editing. But if you can't find it anywhere around all this, just make sure that you are in the modeling mode. If we are in animation, we won't get the UV mapping from here or the UV editing. Just make sure you're in the modeling mode so you get the UV editing from here. But you have a dedicated workspace to switch into UV editing that is really going to be easy for you. So we can just go over to the workspace from here, click on this drop down menu and find the one that says UV editing. And when we select that, it is going to switch our workspace into UV editing. So the first thing first, we need to check the model or the object that the UV is very bad. Now, I am not going to be UV mapping everything. I am going to explain something to you. This is the second time I am recording this video. I have already recorded this before. And when you look at this right here, you can see that I have donuts 3. I have already UV mapped this, but I encountered an error. And that error, it's not maybe because I did something wrong to the UV or so on. The error comes because I am making use of a texture map which I downloaded from Polygon. That is the reason why I'm having that issue. So when I even mapped the torus, it gives me some certain issue because not the torus, the donut itself. Yeah, I see the torus. When I even mapped it, it gives me some issues. The texture map, it's no longer aligning. The texture is no longer appearing on the donuts the way I want it to appear. But if it's a situation where I am going to paint this myself in Substance Painter and bring it back into Maya, I don't have any issues with that. So you have to check the ones that have a good UVs. So first we check the icing. The icing is not having a good UVs. Definitely we are going to work on that. And that is just a color. So you don't have to worry about any issue. And the donut is having a good UVs. This is how it's supposed to be unwrapped normally. But you can unwrap it the way you want if you want to texture this yourself. And we also have the plate, which is not having a good UVs. Then we go to the cup. At some point, the cup is having a good UVs, but because of the hand of the cup, the UVs turns bad. So what we are just going to be UV mapping is just 3 objects here. And I know you are going to be wondering about the icing. Don't worry, we are going to work on the icing. The reason why I save the icing for later, it's because there are some technical things we need to do when it comes to creating the icing. Not just creating the icing, it's concerning texturing of the icing. Texturing of the icing, we need to have color variations on the icing. So to achieve that, it's a little bit technical than what we have here, just to apply a direct color or direct AI standard surface to our models here. That is why I have not worked on the icing. That is why I have not worked on those stick. Did I say icing? Or what did I say? Those sprinkles that's going to be on the icing itself. If I say something else, please forgive me. I'm talking about those sticks and the sprinkles that's going to be on top of the icing itself. So let's start with the icing. Let's select the icing, hit on Control 1. There are a lot going on here in the UV editor, but I will just go straight and we're going to use the things that are important to us. If you want to learn a lot about UV mapping, go ahead and check some other videos. I also have some dedicated videos about UV mapping in my channel. So the first thing we are going to do is to go to Edit and delete. We need to delete the UV because the UVs, they are very bad. So you select the object and go create camera base. But if after you delete and you find out that you can't create after you delete, at this point now I can go to create and hit on camera base, but you can see nothing is going on here. Well, that is because we are in component mode. We are not supposed to be in component mode. We are supposed to be in object mode. So just right click and hold on and go into object mode. So go back to create and camera base, and that is going to create it for you. So the next thing we want to do now is to add seams so that we can split the shell of our icing. So we have a top shell and a bottom shell. So we need to split the shell of our icing. But first I'm going to hit 1 to go into the normal mode. Now to split this shell, we need to add a seam. So how can we add a seam? We're going to right click and hold down, go into the edge mode. The edges we selected are the edges we are going to tell Maya to add a seam to. So I'm going to double click here to select this loop, but of course we're going to have issues because of the extrusion we've done here. So I'm going to hold on Shift, select this, and select this. And I'm going to turn this again, go to this part, select, and double click. And then go to this place, select, double click, select, double click, select, double click to select that loop completely. And we're going to select here, select here, double click again. And I guess we should be close to the end of this. All right, so we just select here, and select here. All right, we are done with selecting that whole entire loop, but it's not a loop, it's actually separate from each other. So now we're going to right click in the UV editor to do what? Nothing. We just go over to add a cut. We will go over to the UV toolkit from here and we'll scroll down to the part that says cut and sew. We'll open that tab there. You will see that we have cut. So we're just going to click on cut. So the question is, how do we know we have cut? Well, something happened. We can see now that when I click off, we have a line there, a very thick white line, which is indicating that we've made a cut. So the next thing to do is to right click, go into UVs, highlight everything. When you highlight everything, you want to come down to the part that says unfold, click on the drop down menu and say unfold. Just give Maya some time. Okay, now you can see it has unfold. Well, this is looking good, but there is still one thing we need to do. This part is squeezing in a lot, like there's a lot of stretching on the UV. So what we are going to do, you can see it, what we are going to do to fix this part is that we did not add a seam in the middle here. And I remembered, I just want to show you. We're supposed to create two UV shell for this icing. So we're just going to right click, go into the edge mode and just double click to select that whole loop round. Now we can come back here, hit on cuts. We're going to right click, go into UV shell, or you go into UVs depending on the one you want, and just highlight everything again. And each time we're going to hit on unfold. And when we hit on unfold, it is going to separate the up share and the bottom share. So now we're going to come down to the part that says arrange and layout. Click on this and we're going to hit on orient shell and finally layout. And when we do that, Maya is going to lay out the UVs for us in the 0 to 1 UV type. Now you can see we have the top share separate and the bottom share separate. So how do we know the top share and the bottom share? Just like right click, go into UV shell. So this is the bottom shell and this is the top shell. So you can make use of the UV checker to see how the UV is looking on your object. So we can just hit on Control 1 and select the plate, go into object mode, select the plate, hit on Control 1 and we'll come over to this part here, edit, delete, select it, create camera base. And now I'm just going to add just two seams here. I'm going to right click, go into edge mode. I want to add one seam here and I want to add, let me add, yeah, that is okay. And I want to add just one seam here. Let me hit on 1 to go back into normal mode. With I shift, double click and add one seam there. That is it. So now I'm going to right click, come down here to cut. I'm going to right click, go into UVs, highlight everything, come down to unfold, orient shell, and then lay out the UV. So this is what we have. Before we go far, let's just go to file and hit increment and save. And you can see we have increment and save file. We have issues. We already have donut 003, which I did in the previous video that they just waste my time on doing. So I'm going to hit on yes to override that. Okay, so this is okay, but there is one thing I want to show you. If we hit on 3, you can see how the UVs are now looking because we've gone into the smooth preview. So how are we going to fix this? It's by going into the attribute editor and look for the one that says polytories polycylinder one, but that shouldn't be this. This isn't what we should be looking for. So let's go and look for, let's right click, go into the object mode. And now we're going to look for plate shape, which is this one. Let me zoom in. So from here, we'll go on that the smooth mesh. From the smooth mesh, we go into subdivs control, open subdivs control. And here that we have UV boundary smoothing, we're just going to click on this and set this to preserve edges and corner. Take a look at what happened. Everything is really looking good. So our UVs is looking good for our plate. Now we are going to hit on control 1, select the icing, hit on 3, and repeat that same thing for the icing. We're already in the icing shape, so just repeat that same thing for the icing. And finally, we're going to select the cup, hit on F, hit on control 1, and we're going to create our UV. So we go to edit, delete, select it, create camera base. Okay, while I was also working on the previous video concerning the UVs, I also encountered an error with a part here, and I really don't know what happened. So I think this is also another reason. Let me hit on 1. This is also another reason why this video is being recreated. So I'm going to double click here to select this loop round. I'm going to add an edge loop there. So now I'm going to add another cut here, but this time I want to hide the cut. So I'm going to put the cuts here because this is a front view and this side will be facing the camera. The seams most times cause issues on the textures. You are just going to have a line there. So you want to put the cuts where it's going to be hidden. So I'm going to start from here by holding down Shift to add to the selection I have already done before. I'm going to select this, select this, zoom in, select this. I don't just want to double click and select the whole loop round because it's just going to select all the way down to this part here. So I'm going to select. Let's just zoom in. I'm going to select, and the last one, select right there. Okay, make sure that your selection is accurate. Now we need to select for the handle. We're not done here. Select here, and here. And we need to go in here. And I guess this is where I encountered issue initially while I was even mapping this. So I'm just going to double click and select these ones. I don't want any issue again. And now we need to detach the hand from the body itself so that we're also going to unwrap the hand. So first I'm going to select this loop of the handle. I'm going to take away this selection here and double click here to select the whole loop round and come down to this part 2 and take away this selection. I'm also going to double click to select this loop round. Awesome, this is perfect. Now, do we have anything like, I'm seeing something like, okay, nothing. So now we can come into our UV2 kit here, hit on cut, right click, UV, highlight everything, hit on food, and we come down here, and I still have that same issue here. I don't know, we come to orient shell and hit on layout. And now let's see where we have issues. So we'll cut this bottom. So let's go into the UV shell. Let's see this UV shell. What shell is this? Let's select the shell. This is the inner shell. So where is this? This is connected. Okay, that is the bottom. So right click, go into edge mode. Double click to select that loop round. And here, this should be the inside of it here. And we did cut this place, but yeah. So first, let's go to the UV2 kit, hit on cut. Let's just highlight everything, hit on fold. And we have, let's go into shell mode. Let's select this shell, hit on W, and bring this down. So I think we have this edge here that is not cut properly. So we're going to select this edge and this edge. Hit on cut. Just right click UV shell, select the shell on food. That should be on food properly. And now right click, go into edge mode as well. Select this, hold on shift, select this. Now we'll go into hit on cut, right click UV shell. Let's hit on food, and now everything is looking good. All right. So this is the handle, and this part, this is the bottom part, this is the inner bottom part. And this part, I don't know where that part is. So let me hit on Control 1 to isolate that part. Yeah, this is the inner part. We don't even need. But not to worry, we're going to keep that. That should be somewhere around inside. But we don't need that. So we're just going to, for now, I'm not going to bother laying this out for now. So you can see this UV is not stretched. So for us to stretch this out, we're going to have a little bit of an issue because of these curves that we have here. So to stretch this, we're just going to select the UV shell and hit on straighten UVs. And now it is stretched out. So the issue we are having here, why this is going inside and this is going inside, is because of this top and the bottom part. You can see they are connected to each other. That's why we are having this issue. And all this part here is just the handle that's with the touch. So we select the hand again and hit on straighten UVs. We're just going to leave that. I don't want to go in and spend much time trying to fix all this. So we're just going to leave it that way. So I want to just set everything inside of the 0 to 1 UV type. But if you want to lay it out, you can just highlight everything, just hit on orient shell, and now you can lay it out. So now you can just hit on Control S to save. So everything has been laid out properly. So this is the inner part. Those faces, they are extruded inward. We just have all this here. So just go into, hit on 3 to go into the subdue mode, go into the attribute editor and curve shape, and you go to preserve edges and corner. So we have so many issues here, and you can see we have so many things here. That is because we have created UVs. So there is what we call layout UVs, and we're not going to use that now. That is, you can see that the UVs, they are overlapping on each other. So if we go into object mode, we select that, select this one. You can see that they are actually overlapping on each other, including the donut itself. But since we are texturing this in Maya, we're not going to lay this out. But if you want to take this into programs like Substance Painter or Mari, to lay this out, to lay all these UVs out in the 0 to 1 UV type, you just want to go over to modify and come down to layout and click on this option here. Now, if you've set this once, you can just hit on layout and it's going to lay out everything for you. So I'm going to hit on edit and reset settings. So the packing resolution, I'm going to set the packing resolution to 2K to 4K. The shell pre-rotation is set to off currently. In that drop down menu, you have horizontal and you have vertical. This is going to help arrange your shell horizontally or vertically. And coming down to this part, texture map size, I always set this to 2K. You can go up to 4K. And shell padding, so let's hit on apply first. When we hit on apply, you can see that everything has been laid out properly. But if you look close to this part here, you can see that these two shells are touching each other, and we don't want that. That is where the shell padding comes in. So you can just set that to 10 or what you think works best for you. Hit on apply, and it is going to lay it out again. Now you can see that we have space between the shells. Now we can come down to, if you go to the bottom of the UVs, you can see that we have the shell overlaying on the thigh, and we want space between them. That is where we are going to set the thigh padding to 10. Hit on enter and hit on apply. Then it is going to space them again. You can now see the distance between the UV tie and the UV shell. Now the shell rotation, let's say I want to set this to horizontal or vertical. So when I do that, hit on apply, it is going to set everything to vertical alignment. You can see that everything has been set to vertical. So I'm just going to hit on close, hit on Control Z to undo all this. If I need it, I'm going to do it later on. So I'm going to hit on Control S to save. So that is it for this video, guys. Make sure that you have a perfect UV mapping. Remember, we did not UV map the torus, and I explained the reason why I did not UV map the donut itself. So in the next video, we are going to start texturing. So see you guys in the next video. Now we are done with UV mapping. Let's start texturing. This is one of the most interesting parts I have been waiting for in this video, because there are different ways of texturing in Maya, and I'm just going to show you 3. I'm not going to spend much time on 2, but I'm going to show you everything. So let's return back to my workspace. So texturing is just like applying colors, but this time you have to first of all apply material to your object. Now, the main part of texturing is where you map, texture map to your model or to different part of your object. Now, this is what we refer to as texturing. You can also take this into Substance Painter to create this texture map yourself, to paint your object yourself in Substance Painter and bring them back into Maya. You are going to have all these texture maps. Okay, so if you are not making use of all these texture maps, you are just applying material to your object. That is one thing you need to keep in mind. So let's say the icing, we want to apply a material to the icing. We just have to select the icing. We're going to right click and come down to the part that says assign new material. But before we go into that, if you are fast enough to install another render engine in Maya, or you are going to be making use of another render engine, and if you know how to make use of that render engine, what you need to keep in mind is that the render engine you are going to use, you want to apply the material from that render engine. Like for us, we are going to be making use of the anode renderer, which is in Maya by default. It came along with Maya. You can also install V-Ray. You can also install Redshift. You can also install RenderMan. All these are render engine which you can use with Maya. So whichever one you are using, you are going to apply the material specifically made for that render engine. Because if you apply material, if you apply an anode, if you apply anode material to your object and you decide to make use of V-Ray to render, when you go into the render preview, the material is not going to show up. So this is what you need to keep in mind. And if you can't find your anode from here, you just want to make sure that you go over to Window, go to Settings and Preferences, and come down to Plugin Manager. And when the Plugin Manager opens, you just want to search for MTOA. That is it. This is the anode in Maya. You just want to check these 2 boxes, loaded and auto load. So the next time you open Maya, it is going to load the anode. But by default, it should be enabled in Maya. So to apply material, you just want to shift right click, not shift right click. You just want to, let me go back into the object mode. You just want to right click and come down to assign new material. And when you click on that, it is going to pop up this little window here for you. We just want to scroll down to new material, and it is going to open this window here. From the new material, we will want to select anode, and what we need is just the AI standard surface. So we're going to click on that, and that is going to open the AI standard surface in our attribute editor. And now you can see that your donut, it's no longer gray. It is now it is now white. The shader we have here before, it is called the Lambert, a default shader in Maya that is just set by default while you model, and you can always change that if you want to. And if you can't see the texture in your scene, okay, it's going to be there by default. So let me just keep that. But if you can't see it after applying it, make sure that this button is not checked. Make sure it's unchecked. And if it's unchecked, you're going to see it here. You're going to see your material here. Now, this is the material attribute. I won't go through everything here. We just have the color, we have the color, which is the base color. We have the methaness. The methaness have to do with the metallic part of your object. That is, if you want your object to be iron, to look more like iron or metal, that is where you are going to play with the methaness. And if we come down to the roughness, if you want more shine on your object, so the higher the roughness, the lower the shine on your object, and the lower the roughness, the higher the shine on your object. Well, you cannot see this now, so let me quickly show you that. Let me just change this color to like red, just red. It's fine. Let's go off, and I'm going to quickly create light and just create area light. I'm going to take this up, hit on E, and just rotate it, hit on W, and drag this up. So we're going to have this light. Now, if you select your material and if you select your object and you can't find your material again, you want to scroll all the way down to this part. These are the UVs we have. That is why we have all this error. But to go to the material very fast, when you just select the object, right click and hold down and go to material attribute, it will take you into the material attribute. So just highlight that and name that to Eisen, and it is going to name it to Eisen 1. Why? This is the handwork of Maya to avoid conflict. We already have Eisen, just the Eisen, that we name in our outline of the object itself. So we name the material Eisen. It is going to add 1. And I don't know why it's just like this. I keep wondering why it is like this. Why? Maybe someone can tell me the reason why it's like this, or maybe Autodesk themselves, because these are two different things. This is object and this is material. It is supposed to be having the same name. So when we say Eisen and we hit Eisen for this, it's supposed to be Eisen. But why the 1? I don't know. Well, that is Maya. So let's just keep that away. So now I'm going to zoom this in. Let's select the light. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on light in my viewport so that I can use light. But the light is a little bit dark. So I'm going to select the light and I'm just going to increase the intensity to 10. This is okay, and you can also uncheck the normalize. It is going to make it pop very well, but I'm just going to set the intensity to 10 and go back to my Eisen and just go into the material attribute from here. So first we're going to play with the methaness. I'm going to increase the methaness. You may not see that here, but you can see it very well. And you can see that it's a little bit dark than what we have, and we are catching this light here, but you can't see it very well. So if I enable the anode render view from here, and this is the button that I press, anode render view, or you can go to anode and just open anode render view. Okay, so if I click on play to start the interactive rendering, you can see what we have here. This is because of the methaness we just applied. So if I cancel this again, if I stop the interactive rendering or the anode render view, if I select this and go back to the material attributes, I think I'm going to delete the history of this Eisen. If we go back into the material attribute, now if you're saying all this is the history from the UV map, so just forget about that. Or you can see it, we have UV1, we have quartz, plane, proj 1, and whatever it is. So now I can come down here again and take the methaness down to 0. And you can also see it from here, what is going on here. When I increase it, it's looking more shiny. So I can just take this down. And if we hit play on the interactive rendering again, you can see that we don't have that metal look on our Eisen, which is exactly what we don't want. So I can stop that again. That is for the methaness. If we want to talk about the roughness deals with shine. So if I take the roughness down, and that is why you can also see some shine right here because of the roughness. So if I take the roughness all the way down to 0.051, if I hit on render again, you can see that we still having the shine right here. It's looking more like a plastic and so on. But on food, we don't have all those shines on food, except maybe you add something to it. So I'm going to pause this again or stop the rendering, and I will go over to the roughness and take it all the way up to 1. And when I hit on this again, you can see now that we don't catch the slide here again. Our object is looking so flat. We don't have that again. Now, all these are the map you need to understand. Different texture map. We have the base color, we have the metalness, we have the roughness, we have the height map, we have the diffuse, we have the ambient occlusion. Wow. We have the ambient occlusion, we have the emission, we have the transmission. We have some other maps too, which you really need to just keep in mind while you are texturing in whatever things you are doing. So there are things we need to also look into when we get into the render part of this video. So we're going to can't just pause that. So we don't need all that. So what we are going to be using here, because we downloaded textures, we're just going to be making use of the base color, which is this one here. We're going to be making use of the roughness, and there is one we call the bump, which is located under the geometry. That is what we are going to be making use of, but you won't be able to see the geometry for now, and I'm going to show you. Okay, so if you don't want to make use of all these, there is a way you can plug in all this texture map from here. There are different ways of plugging this texture map. I think I'm feeling irritated because of these issues that I have here, so I'm just going to delete the history from here. There's a way you can plug all this in. By the way, let me quickly pull up the maps from here. So I have all these maps here, which I have downloaded from Polygon. Now to get them, you can go to polygon.com/download. All these maps are made by Blender Guru. I just pick it up to use it here. We can go into Substance Painter to texture them, but that is going to be a lot. So I want to keep everything within Maya. These are just what I got. So you can just make use of the link in the description to get all this. So we have, when we go into the donut, you can see this is how the donut is going to look when you apply the texture to your donut. This is the mid part of the donut itself. You can see the texture feel on it. Now, these are the maps. So this is the base color. This is the meltness, which we don't need. This is the normal, and this is the roughness. These are what we are going to need. I'm not going to be making use of this because it's actually different from what I use in Maya most times. I always use the base color, the meltness, the normal, the height, which is for displacement, but this is also set to displacement here, and this is stiff, which is actually supposed to be PNG, but I don't know why. And we also have the ambient occlusion, which is a little bit tricky to apply because you have to apply the ambient occlusion with the base color into the base color. You plug it into the base color, but then you have to make use of a node called the multiply, divide, and so on. So we don't want to go into that technically. So we have the subsurface scattering, which we're also going to take a look at later on, which is the SSS. Okay, so this is what we want. These are just everything we want here. We're just going to make use of this roughness and normal. So we need to plug this into all this. So the base color, we are going to plug in the base color into this part here, and we're going to plug in the roughness into this part here, and also the normal. Now to plug this in, you want to click on this icon here. This slider just covers the color itself, but we want to plug in that texture into the base color. So to do that, we're just going to click on this icon here, and it's going to pop up this create render node. It is going to create a node for us. So the node we want to use is the fine node, and when we select that, you can see what happens. You can see that our icing just turned to gray because there is no material there. Again, there is no texture, so we need to load that texture, and we're going to come down to this part that says image name. Click on this folder here, and it is going to open. Now let me show you how Maya creates folders when you create a project in Maya. So the project we created, it's Donuts YouTube. So inside of that Donuts YouTube, we are going to have assets, autosave, cage, blah, 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 and so on. We're also going to have scenes where all your scenes is going to be saved. But one important one, which I want to show you, is source images. You can see that I have all the textures here inside of source images. And when we look at Maya, you can see that it is set to document Maya project donut underscore YouTube or U8tube according to what I did there, and source images. So that is where we have your Maya project donut YouTube source images. So if you put all your textures inside here, it is going to automatically open them in Maya for you. So the one we want to use is the strawberry, which is the icing. So you can see it from here. Make sure you don't apply a wrong texture map to a wrong object. So we're going to double click on it. I downloaded a 2K version. I guess it's only 2K version right there. So we're going to select the base color, which is this one here. Click on the base color. You can see the base color that there is nothing, no bump or anything and so on. So we're just going to click on open. And when we click on open, this is going to apply the base color for us here. Let's turn off the lights for a moment. So this is going to apply the base color for us here. And now we'll go out of this base color attribute or the file attribute. You want to come up to this part here, click on it to go out. Now you can see that the base color is now black because we are no longer using this value here. We are using the details from the base color map to apply to our object as a texture. So we need to apply the roughness. So we're just going to click on the roughness. Make sure you're not selecting the diffuse roughness. You are selecting the roughness itself. So we go to file and click on this box again. Then we'll go into the strawberry. We'll go into 2K. And here we're going to select the roughness and hit on open to select the roughness. That is just going to decrease the shine. But now what we are going to do for the roughness, because the roughness is not having any color information. What we have is just like a black and white value on the roughness map. So we need to tell Maya how to do this. So to do that, we want to come down to the color space and click on that, go to utility and set it to raw. And when you set that to raw, you are telling Maya that this is something raw. Just use only the values of the black and white, because the information we have is just being stored as a black and white value in the map itself. Now we go out. The next thing we want to do is to add our bump. And if you can't find the bump, you want to come down to geometry, click on it, and you're going to get the bump mapping. So click on this icon here and also select file. When you select file, it is going to open. You are going to get to option here. Don't be too fast to go over to the bump depth and select it right here. No, don't do that. You're going to make a mistake. So you want to go over to this bump value here and select this option. And when you select that option, it is going to open this part for you to select the image, and just open that and go into the food glaze strawberry. And when you open that, look for the one that says normal. And when you select the normal, you can see that we have something like bump on it, like some textures here. So just click on open. And when you click on open, we are going to see some certain miracle on your mesh. Yeah, wow, this is looking so perfect. It looks like, I don't want to say that, but you know how weird it looks. Of course, if you see such donuts, you're not going to eat it. So the first thing we need to do is to change it to utility raw, number one, and we go to color balance. Yeah, we did not set I'm pretty sure we did not set the roughness color balance to alpha is luminous, and we'll go back to check that. So we set this to alpha is luminous, and now we'll go back. Now, don't just go back again. You see these issues we're having right here. It's because we have not told Maya how we want this to be. So currently Maya is setting this to bump, and we don't want that to be bump. So when you click on this drop down menu, just set it to tangent space normal and take a look at what is going to happen. Looking so good. Now you can see how these bumps are so deep comparing to what we have in the previous texture I showed you at the beginning of the UV mapping video. Now, if this is too much, you want it to be soft, you don't want it to be that harsh like this or visible as it is here, just come down to the bump depth. You can take it down to 0.5. And now you can see how soft it is looking. If it's still too hard, you just want to set it to 0.3 and hit on enter, and you can see how it is looking. But I think 0.5 works well for me, and I've done something which is not really okay. So let's go back here. What did I do? I think I have done something a little bit crazy. So let's go into this again. I mistakenly deleted the bump map while pressing everything I am pressing. So let's just select the normal map again and apply it. So set to utility RGB alpha is luminance. Let's go back, set it to tangent space normal, and I don't want it to be that harsh, so I'm just going to set to 0.5, which is really good. Now I can go out. Let's go to the roughness from here, and let's scroll down to the part color balance alpha is luminance. I couldn't do that. So before we proceed to applying the texture on others, let's turn on this. Let's see what we have here, and let's go into our anode render view and just click on that. Let's see how this is going to look, because we have a different texture there. So look at this. You can see how nice this is now looking like a real icing, which is so much good. Okay, so let's just cancel this. Now we've made use of one method to load in our texture map. So the question is, as we load in all this texture map, what really happened? Like, what really happened when we load in all this texture map? Where did all this go to? Well, when we load in all this texture map, they create what we call node in Maya. And for us to find this node, that is what we call hypershade, which is located up here. So from this hypershade, you can see all the whole nodes you have here. So you can see here we have icing. So if I right click on this icing and go to graph network, you can see what really happened. So we have a placer node, a placer 2D texture node here, a place 2D texture node here. We also have a file node, which is that file we are selecting where we load the texture map. And we also have a bump 2D node, and we also have this one here, and we also have this node here, which is the AI standard surface in our node. And we have all this. You can see that the base color is plugged into the base color, and this is plugged into the specular roughness, and so on. So this is what is going on behind the scene, and this is, I'm going to show you how to plug this in manually through the hypershade. So I already have a texture workspace which I have already created, and I just love it. It is so easy for me to just follow along and do whatever I want to do, and also see it at the top here. So we're going to apply texture to our donut through this hypershade. So how are we going to do that? We're just going to clear the graph if we have some graph here. So the first thing we want to do is to create an AI standard surface material. So the first thing you need to understand is that this here is the attributes to your material, and here is also the attribute. I just keep this open so that you can really see what is going on. Now you have different ways of creating this material. If you look at this part here, you can just select the anode, or you go to shader and select the AI standard surface. And when you click on that, it is going to create a new AI standard surface material for you here in your graph view. So we can just highlight this and delete it if you don't want it. Another way you can create it is by hitting the tab and just type in AI standard surface, which is this, and the AI is just how another name its material. It's not artificial intelligence. So we're just going to show this here. So this is the main shader itself. Now we need to plug in those textures into this shader for us to load them in. So first we're just going to select this and come over to this part here and name this to donuts, hit on enter. And when we name this to donut, you can see that, yeah, it is also named here as donut in our attribute editor. So all these you need to keep in mind. So we're going to need a place 2D texture node and a file node. So to bring up the file node, we're just going to hit tab and just type in file, and we're going to select the file texture. So when you click on that, it is going to create the place 2D texture, and it is going to create the phi node. So we can move this here and move this here. Now, if we go in and say phi again, because we're going to be using 3 texture map, and if we do that, it is going to create another phi node, another place 2D texture node, and a phi node. But what we just need is only this phi node, because we can connect, we can use this one place 2D texture for all the whole nodes we have. So I can delete this because it's no longer useful. And we can also duplicate this. So if you go to edit here and you go to duplicate, you can say duplicate shading network. It is going to duplicate the place to the texture and the phi node itself, but we don't want them. So we just want to duplicate only this node itself. So we can go back to edit, duplicate without network. So you can see it right here, and that is going to give us this. So we just need one extra one. Go to edit, duplicate without network, and we're just going to drop this here. So the first thing we need to do is to load the texture. This is exactly just as how you go into the base color, click here to add the phi, and you load the texture. This is it, but you are just doing it manually and seeing the process real time. But here it's a little bit hidden and kind of automatic. So we're going to select this phi itself, this first one, because we want to apply the base color. So we're going to click here. We are going to look for the donut 2K, and we're going to look for the base color, which is this one here. We're going to hit on open to apply it, and from here we're just going to name that to base color, and then just click off. We did not add the color, just click off. Now we'll go to this one. We want to load the roughness map, so we're going to click here, go into the donut 2K roughness, hit on open, and we're just going to name this to roughness, hit on enter, and finally we want to add our normal map. So we're going to click here, go to donuts here, and normal, and hit on open, and we're just going to name this to normal. Now it is time for us to start connecting all these nodes to our main material itself, which is the AI standard surface. Okay, now we're not going too far. So I said we are not going to be using more than one place to the texture for all this. So the question is, how do we connect all this? You can easily drag the out UV and just connect it to the UV cord from here, and it's going to connect. But if you drag this and try to connect it, nothing is going to happen. So how do you connect it? You can just hold down the control, click and drag and connect it. It is going to connect. And if you hold down control, you click and drag and connect it, it is going to automatically connect the UV cord as well. Take a look at that. So you can just do that one, just click one, drag and connect it. So for the base color, we want to select the color, and select the color, just drag it and connect it into the base color from here. And here, so we have the base color connected. Now we want to connect the roughness. Remember I told you that the roughness map and every other map, they are not holding any color information. It's just a value of black and white. So we are not going to be making use of color. We are going to be making use of alpha. So we're going to drag the alpha of the roughness and connect it into the specular roughness. Now, once we connect that, we need to select this phi node, come down to this part here, which is where we change the color space to utility, and also alpha is lumina. So it is the same thing. What you are seeing here, it's exactly what you have here. So we're going to change the color space from ISRGB utility raw, and we're going to come down and set it to alpha is luminous. Now we'll come down to the normal map itself. So let's quickly set this to utility raw, and come down to set this to alpha is luminous. You can see what happened to the map when we set it to utility raw. Now, for us to connect this to the normal map, to the main node itself, or to the AI standard surface node, we need what is called
a bump 2D. So to add that, we need to hit on tab and just type in bump. We're going to get bump 2D and bump 3D. What we need is the bump 2D. So this is what we use to add the normal map to our icing and be able to modify the bump depth. So this now is going to be connected to the bump value, and why the bump depth is going to be what we are going to adjust. So from here, you are going to drag the out alpha and connect it to the bump value. And from the out normal, you are going to drag it, the out normal, and connect it to the normal camera. You can see when we connect the texture when we connect the texture to the bump 2D, you can see now that we have those same values here, exactly the same thing here, and what we have with our icing. So now we can just drag the out normal and connect it into the normal camera. So now all this has been set. You can see how our texture is looking ready to be applied. So how do we apply this to our donuts? If you already have a texture applied to your donut or a material, like assuming, let's say we want to apply this to the icing, we can just right click on the icing material and still go to the word that says select object with material, and it is going to select all the whole objects with that particular material. And this is important when you have large models and different parts of that model that is having one texture itself. So you don't want to go in and start selecting all this one after the other. So this is actually going to help you do that first. But we just have only the donuts, and that is what we need. So we can just come down here. Since we've selected donuts, we're just going to right click on the donut material we just created, and we're going to hit assign material to selection and take a look at this. Awesome, right? But not really awesome. So we are having issues here. You can see how this is looking. The bump is too much, not really looking good. So we're going to select this bump value, and we're going to come down to use as. We're going to set it to tangent space normal, and everything is going to look good. You can see how this is looking, but this is not aligning properly to the middle. But we can do some things. So let me select the icing, hit on H to hide it. But this is coming to the bottom. It's coming to the bottom. So we want this to go up a little bit. So how are we going to adjust this? So let's open the UV editor. We'll open the UV editor. Let's select the donuts. When we select the donuts, we want to show the base color in our UV editor, so that we can properly align the texture to our donut itself. So how are you going to do that? You want to click on this image icon here. When you click on the image icon, you can see nothing really comes up here. So you want to uncheck this. So when you uncheck this, you can now see the texture map in your UV editor. But if you can't see it after doing this, and if you've not done this before, if you want to see it, you just want to click on this drop down menu here. You are going to get the main material here and the map which you want to display, which is this one. So if I want to display the roughness map, I'm going to click on it and display the roughness map. But I want to display the base color map, which is this one. Now, if you look at this, you can see that it is not aligned properly in the center. So I will go into UV shell. I'm going to select the donut shell, and I think there is a way to make this transparent. How did I do that before? This should be, yeah, we can see that here, but don't worry. So now I'm going to hit on R, and I'm going to scale this down a bit, and I'm going to move, I'll hit on W and move this down so that this goes to the center. Yeah, but this is scaling out too much. So let me hit on R. Let me scale this up a bit. I don't want this to go out. So let me see if I scale this up just like this. Let me scale this again. Now this is way too much. You can see that it is now pressing, so we don't want that. Let's undo this. I think, let me see. No, this is not okay. So this is fine for now. And this isn't supposed to be going out. It is supposed to be here. But if it goes out, it is going to continue. So let's just play with this. Maybe just a little. We don't want it that much. And this is fine. I can work with that. So we're going to hit on Shift H to bring back our icing, but it's not coming back. So we can click off. Let's see on Shift H. The icing is not coming back. So let's go into the object mode and let's see on Shift H again. The icing is still not coming back. Okay, that is fine. We can go to display, show, and show last hidden, and it's going to come back. So we can look, everything is looking good. Now we need to apply for our plate. All right, we already know what is going on here. I can go out of the hypershade and make use of this method because it's a little bit too slow to make use of the hypershade, and I don't want this video to be too long than what I expect it to be. So if you want to make use of the hypershade, go ahead and make use of the hypershade. If you want to make use of the attribute editor, go ahead and make use of the attribute editor. So I'm just going to delete I just delete that, not the history. I'm going to delete the history of this. So I'm going to right click and go to material, new material, and I'm going to assign material, new material, anode AI standard surface. And from here we also have ceramic material. So I can just quickly go back into my expert workspace and I have the hypershade. I don't need it anymore. So we also have ceramic materials here. Now the edges of this plate are rough, even if I am in the subdim mode. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to right click on this plate and shift right click and go into smooth mesh to add divisions to it. Okay, so now it is now smooth, not as rough as it is now. If you have anyone that is rough, you can go ahead and add divisions to it if you want to, but I just want to do that for only the plates. Okay, so let's just go again, delete by type history. So let's go into the material from here and we're going to rename this material to plate and hit on enter. So for the base color, let's click on this. Let's go to file. I don't even know if I have anything for the base color, but let me undo this. We can also go to preset from here and we can go to ceramic and we can look for anyone here and just select that. Now this might not show very well, but if we go into the let me bring the lights. What am I doing? Let me bring the lights. Is this connected to what is going on? This is why exactly it's happening. I'm just going to delete the lights. I don't know what's going on right here for now. Let me use another area light. So let me just go. It's still the same thing. I'm just going to use an area light. Hit on W and drag this up. Hit on E and hold on J to rotate. And this time I just want to focus on one side, which is the plate itself. So I'm going to increase the intensity. You can see with the anode area lights, we have lots of options. I'm just going to set this to 5 and let's turn on lights. Okay. And let me uncheck normalize. And you can see that we have a material on the plate. You can see that we have material, and you can even see that with the main anode light itself, we are getting a real view of our material themselves. Okay, so we can go into the plate material and we can also say we want to change the color, or we can increase the melterness, or we can increase the roughness or decrease the roughness. But let's go into anode render view and let's click on play. Okay, from here now you can see that this is really looking like it's from going to click on cancel and just close that. Now we are going to plug in, the texture. So we're going to select the base color, select that, and we go here. And what we are going to use, let's say this is concrete for the ground, this is creamy, this should be for the cup itself or the plate. So we can select this is for the plate, and we go to base color, hit on apply. You can see that. Now we can go into the roughness file, click here, open the material, go into this one here, double click, and we're just going to load the roughness map, set this to utility raw, alpha is luminance, and we come down to, we go back, we go into the geometry, add, and we go to file to add a texture, then we go to bump value, we're going to click here, add a file, then we go into this again, then we click, and we're going to add the normal map. Just click on that, set it to utility raw, and alpha is luminance. Then we'll come down here, set it to tangent space normal. This is looking good. Now we don't want much bump on this, and we're going to set this to 0.5. Okay, this is it. Now we are done applying material to our plate and our donuts itself. In the next video where we are going to render, we are going to texture the cup and also add the foam of the cup inside of it. And finally, we are going to create our sprinkles, those sticks that is going to be on our donuts. I hope you have something like this. You can go ahead and texture your cup and just wait for when we are going to add the foam to the cup itself. That is the foam of the coffee to the cup itself. So that is it for this video. I'm going to see you guys in the next video where we are going to create the presentation and we are going to render. See you guys. Okay, so now let's complete the texturing of our model. I know we are supposed to be rendering here, but I just want us to pay attention to the texturing so that we are going to have a focus. We don't want to be everywhere. And because of the sticks or the sprinkles we are going to be creating, we just have to focus on that, because that is actually going to take some time and some technical, it's going to be technical to create. So before we start applying texture to the cup, let's just, or should we apply texture to the cup first and do the sprinkles later, or should we do the sprinkles and apply textures to the cup first? Okay, first thing we need to do is to create a plane. Okay, there is something I couldn't show you guys. If you have any object selected in your scene, when you shift right click, you won't be able to add any object. But if you click off and deselect every object in your scene, when you shift right click, you will be able to create something. So we're going to create a plane, and we're just going to hit on R, and we're going to scale this up. This is just going to be our table. So we're going to scale this up. Yeah, just for now, we're going to leave it this way. Hit on W and just move it over to this part here. We don't have our grid, so we're going to bring it down just so. We try to align it with, let's see, just so we try to align it with the plate. We can go into the front view from here and just align it with the plates. Okay, that's fine. And we are going to select the cup and just try to align it. You can't even see, so let's turn on wireframe so that we'll be able to see the plane we are going to be using as a table. So we can just align it. Okay. And we can shift it close a bit so we can hit on spacebar and go back into the perspective mode. So let's select our cup. Maybe we should do this with the hyper shade. But before we select the cup, before we do that, we want to add the foam. We want to add the foam. So we can just create a cylinder and delete the other faces of the cylinder and just fill it with the cup. But we are still going to battle with having a perfect shape, trying to resize this to fit the cup, moving and so on. So but instead of doing that, we can just duplicate a part of our model and use it to do the cup. So we can just right click, go into the edge mode or maybe the face mode. Yeah, let's use face. We right click and go into the face mode. Let's go to the face mode. Now we're going to select this face. There is another method of selection I couldn't show you. So if we just double click, it is going to select all the whole face. But what we want to do is just to select this loop round. So to do that, you're just going to select one first, hold on shift and double click on another part. It is going to select the whole loop round. So what we are going to do is to just shift right click and select duplicate face. And that is going to duplicate the face. When we go into our outliner, we go to plate and cup, we go to cup. You can now see the cup is having group. So we have the poly surface 2, which is this one here. Okay, so what we are going to do now is to right click, go into edge mode, double click to select this edge round, hit on Control E, or as usual, hit on R and hold on Shift and offset inward. Now this face, we don't need it, so we need to go into face mode, select these faces and Control delete the faces. And we have edges here which are not supposed to be there. So let's hit on W. Let's go into edge, the object mode. Let's select this. Okay, this is still connected. Let's see. It's not supposed to be connected to each other. Okay, we are just selecting that one here. So let's hit on W to select. We can't find the pivot, so let's go to modify and center pivot. If we move up, okay, we duplicated the wrong face. So we'll go with, we extrude the wrong face. So let's undo that and deselect the face. So let's select this, hit on Control 1 to isolate, right click, go to edge mode, select this edge, hit on R and scale this in. Now we can just right click, go into face mode, select this face and Control delete. Now we no longer have anything there, so we're going to hit on Control 1 to bring it back. Now you can see that we have the perfect shape of the cup. So I think the coffee should be as full as this. Well, it's up to you, but mine, I'm going to do it this way. But you can also bring this down, or not that. We can go into the object mode, hit on W, and let's go to modify and center pivots. You can bring these down if you want to, but this is fine. Okay, we go into the edge mode. Let's go back into object mode, select this, go back object mode, select this. We go into the edge mode, select this edge, and hit on R to scale this inward again, just like that. And we're going to hit on Shift and just scale this in one more time. Shift right click and fill hole. And now we're going to select the multi-cut tool and we're going to quad fill the hole. So like that. Fill it from here to here, from here to here, from here to here, and from here to here. Make sure that you don't have any missing gap. All right. Now, when you pour a coffee or a tea inside a cup, we're going to have something like a foam in the edge. And it's just like the liquid is going to be slopey a little bit. It's going to feel like it's dropping just like this. So we need to have that edge in between, just like that is going to catch light, and it's going to show that the tea is having the shape of the cup, and when you pour it some certain extent, it was full at some point and it goes down. Not just that, the foam itself. So the foam will be a little bit higher than the main liquid itself. So what we are going to do with the multi-cut tool, we're going to add a loop cut here. Just a loop cut there. I did not make use of the middle mouse click, because if I do, it is going to add it in the middle. So hit on W and just double click this edge round to select it. And we are going to pull that up just to give it a little bevel, just like that. We're going to pull that up. And we need to make that stay permanently, because if we go into smooth preview, we might lose that, but yeah, we still have it. So that is fine. We can work with this. No, I think I need to give it a little bit of depth. So I will go into the edge mode, double click on that, hit on Control B to bevel. And I'm just going to reduce the fraction just a bit and add maybe one segment to it. Go to Object and just hit on 3 to go into the subdue mode. Is this okay? Nah, it's not okay. Hit on 1. Let's undo. Let's undo. Okay. Let's select everything. Hit on Control B. Let's bevel again. Just another segment fraction. Just a little. Maybe we can add one segment and let's increase this a bit. And now we can go into object mode. Hit on 3. And this should work here. This works fine. Okay, this looks good. Let's select our cup, hit on 3 to go into, we turn on the wireframe. No, wireframe is not on. So where exactly is going on? Let's go into object mode, then deselect. Let me see. Now, that is the solid view. This is the wireframe. So what is happening to our cup? Let's deselect, go into the object mode, select, hit on 3, and that is gone. Okay, so everything is looking good. Now we just need to quickly remap this, or roughly remap this. But let's select our cup, which is this. So we're just going to leave everything inside. So we can just double click on that and name this to cup, and this, of course, I should name it to cup 1, and it didn't. So we're going to name this to, just should name this to foam, or let's name this to coffee, and hit on enter. So we just quickly go into the UV editor from here, and we are going to just edit and delete this. Just select this, create camera base. What we are just going to do, just go to UV, select it, hit on unfold, and we're just going to scroll down to orient shell, and finally layout. Everything should be fine, just like that. So let's close this and let's select our cup, go into object mode, and let's select our cup. We can do the same thing for this plane as well, but maybe we can do this later. So all this is still going down. So we can hit on W and just bring this down a little bit. Maybe take it up small. All right. That should work. That should work. Let's just leave that. So let's select the cup. You can assign this to the hypershade, or you can do it the same way. So we're going to right click and assign new material. and we're going to assign our AI standard surface to the curve. So we go to the base color from here, and we're going to apply a phi node and click on that. So previously I don't have the curve texture here before, but now I have them, and this should be this one here. Let me see. Yeah, this is the cup. So we're going to double click on it, select the base color, which is this one, click on open, and let's apply it. Okay, this is looking good. And do we have that line? No, we don't have any line. We have this line here. The line is supposed to be going around, but we'll come back to that later. Then we go back and we can come down to the roughness. Click on the roughness, add a phi, go down to this one. No, not that, we made a mistake. Go up, go to the first one, go to this and select roughness map. And we're going to set this to utility raw. And we come down to how far is luminance. Then we go back from here and we scroll down to bump mapping. Click on that, add a phi, and the bump value we're going to select, and then we're going to select the normal, which is this. We're going to set this to open. Okay, this is rough as usual. So we come down to this, we're going to set this to utility raw. Alpha is luminance, it's already checked. So let's go back. So change this to tangent space normal. I think I like this bump value on the cup. I'm not going to change that. Maybe I can just say 0.7. 0.7 is still the same thing as 0.1. But that's fine. I'm going to leave it this way. I'm not going to reduce this. Okay, now we can go into our UV editor. From here, let's select the cup. Let's see. Okay. What are we doing here? So let's go to UV shell and let's select this shell. So we want to see if, let me see something. It feels like this line isn't really straight the way it is here. So let's do some arrangements. Let's drag all this first out. Let's push all this outside. And let's bring this in. This should be the center. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can get the line. So let me click off. Let me go into object mode. If I can't get the line, it's fine. Oh, look at what I'm telling you. You can see we have the seam here. You can see what I'm talking about, that seam. Okay, we don't need to have the line. That is fine. We don't need to have the line. It's okay the way it is here. So let's just select this and let's bring all this. Let's go into UV shell and let's bring all this back. And for this, maybe I'm going to bring it in here. Let me move this just a little bit. And maybe I can just rotate this by holding down J, and it is going to snap in 45 degrees, or maybe how many degrees, I don't know. But let's see. So this is a little bit too dark, so I'm going to take this up just a little bit, or maybe take it in here. So let's click off. Yeah, that is fine. We can work with that. Now we can right click, go into object mode, and that is fine. So I'm going to select the coffee itself. Now you can temporarily minimize window in Maya and it's going to stay here. So for this, I'm going to right click, assign new material anode AI standard surface. And for this, do I need others? Yeah, and I did not rename this material. So let me go and find the material AI standard surface. So I'm going to name this to cup and hit on enter. So we're going to select this AI standard surface and we're going to name this to coffee. All right, so for the base color, we're going to select the base color. Something is going on here. Error, no object matches name AI standard surface. So let's undo. So this is coffee. This is base color. So let's select that and let's go to file. All right. So now let's go to food coffee and we're going to select the base color. Look at this. We have different options here and I'm going to show you how to select any one of your choice. So we're just going to select that. And if you select that, it is going to apply everything here. So before we apply the roughness and the normal map, let's fix this. So if we select this, you can see that we have different options and it's showing everything here because our coffee object it's very big. So we need to go into UV shell, hit on R, select the UV shell, and we're going to scale it down just to fit this. So we're going to hit on W and you are going to just arrange it that way. So the one you think you want, let's go into the object mode. The one you think you want, it's what you are going to select. So if you don't want this one, you can just go back into UV shell, hit on W, select it, and you can push it over to this place to select the one you want. But if you want this one, you can go here to select that one. So take a look at that. Let's go back into the object mode, take a look at that. You can just click off. You can see what is going on here. So depending on the one you want, if you want the one that have lots of foam, you can go ahead and do that. And if you want the one that have less foam, you can go ahead and do that so that you can really see that edge we added here, which is really looking so sweet. Amazing. Yeah, that is what we're talking about. Okay, you can see how everything is looking, but you can just, play around with everything and see the one that works well for you and just go ahead and select that, the one that just works well for you. So I think, let me see this one. Let me go back into object mode. So let me see. This looks good, but I don't like it. I think I like this one. No, I don't want to use that one. I have my reasons why I don't want to use that one. So I'm just going to hit on UV shell. So maybe we can take this one, just this one. So let's go into object mode and let's select this. We can work with it. So now we can go out of our UV editor. Now we come down to the roughness, go to file and select, then we go to coffee, go here and select the roughness map, utility raw, alpha is luminance, and we come down to the bump mapping, file, come down here, and we've not even created, wow, we've not created our sprinkler. So let's select this first. Let's go to coffee and let's select the normal map. Let's select that. And utility set to raw, alpha is luminance. Let's go back. Let's set this to tangent space normal. So I think I like the coffee this way. No, the edge is too sharp. So I'm going to just add in 0.5. All right, this is fine. Now, for this table, we are going to work on that later. The texture is there. It's just a concrete, so the texture is there. We can apply that. So the biggest part of this video, which is creating the sprinkles, the sticks. So that it's really going to take lots of time, but we are going to do it. So let's just see with the light first. Yeah. All right. This is going to take lots of time, but yeah, we're going to do it. Come on, come on, come on. So what we are going to do first is to select everything here and hit on H to hide. And now we're going to bring back the grid here. The grid is necessary at this point. So we're going to shift right click, create a cylinder, and we're going to scale the cylinder down completely. Like we're going to scale it up, scale it so it's going to be small, and we can come back to modify this and just scale it. All right, and this we're going to create 3 variations for this. So we're going to hit on W, hold on shift to clone. We're going to move this to the right. Select this again, hold on shift to clone. We're going to move this to the left just so it's 3. So for this, I'm going to hit on R. I'm going to scale it down a bit. I'm going to hit on M, hold down Control, and add a cut in the middle. And I think I'm going to add a cut here. So I'm going to hit on W, and I'm just going to select this edge loop around and move this, but this is going to just move it out like that. So I'll go into face mode, and that is going to select almost all the whole face. I don't want to. So I'm going to select this face. I'm just going to hold on tab to paint select. All right. And I'm going to move this to this part here. And I will go into the edge mode, select this edge, and push this here just a little bit. I know, maybe here, just a little bit, just small. So I'm going to right click, go into edge mode, double click here, hold on shift, double click here, hit on Control B to bevel, and I'm going to add 1 segment, and I will go out. So for this, I'm just going to head over to the edge mode, double click and double click, hit on Control B, add 1 segment, right click, go into object mode and leave it that way. And for this one, we're going to scale it down so much. And I'm just going to add a loop cut in the middle and hit on W, double click to select the loop cut and just push it one side. Go into the edge mode, select this edge, hit on Control B to bevel and add a segment, just 1. And that is it. Right click, go into the object mode. All this should have a nice UV. I'm not going to worry about the UVs. So you can see the UV is not really that good, but we are going to work with it. Hit on 3, hit on 3. We're going to work with the UVs that way because all these are going to be small. So we won't really pay close attention to them, but you just want to remap them. Okay. So I know you might want to ask, why do we create this in the middle of the grid? Why is it so small? This is because number 1, the sticks or the sprinkles are very small on the donut. And secondly, we want to make use of one special feature in Maya, which is known as mesh. We can use this to replicate this multiple times. Imagine you want to create these sprinkles yourself on top of the icing. How long is it going to take you to start creating this one after the other and start putting it on top of the icing? This is going to take you forever to do. So with the help of this, we are going to be making use of what we call mesh in Maya to achieve this. So first, before we are going to do anything, we're going to select each one of them, hit on E, hold down J, and we're going to rotate it. So I still feel this is too big, so I'm going to scale this down. I'm going to select this one, hit on E, hold on J, and I'm going to rotate it. And I'm going to scale it, but not as small as the first one. I'm going to select this, hit on E, hold on J, and rotate it, hit on R, and scale this down. Okay, what we are going to do now is to make use of Mesh to replicate this, and not just, it is going to take us time if we try to create this individually and put it on top of the icing itself. It is going to give us problem trying to create different color variation, which simply means we are going to, if we are going to have 20 sticks or 20 sprinkle of on our icing, we are going to have 20 separate materials, which is really going to be crazy and mind blowing. You might even get frustrated doing this. So we also need to make use of something that is going to speed this up for us. Now, aside from that, if you have lots of geometry or object in your scene that are not useful, it's just going to be weird. So what we are going to do is to use Mesh. So Mesh is going to create an instance of all this, not the original object itself. It is going to create instance of these three objects we have here. It is going to duplicate it into any number you want, but it's going to be lighter. It's just going to be one geometry instead of having multiple geometry. Imagine you have this to be 20. It is going to be one geometry, but all you can see is 20. I hope that makes sense. So what we are going to be using is Mesh. So you have different ways of accessing the Mesh. You can go over to animation and you're going to get Mesh here. Or you can go over to FX as well. You can see the Mesh there. You can go back to modeling. And to get the Mesh, you just want to hit on Alt K to bring back your shelf, and you can see the Mesh from here. So we're going to create what is called a Mesh network. So the Mesh network is going to help us create the instance of these three objects we have here. So when I click on Mesh to create this object, you can see what we have here. So first I will go to Mesh distribute in our attribute editor, and I'm going to increase this. Now take a look at this. You can see we have three objects, but it just created only one for us. Why is Maya doing this? But don't worry, we are going to get to this later. So what I want to do now, so I'm going to hit Control Shift and bring this back. What I want to do is to put this on top of my icing and probably some part of the plate. So we are going to make use of another node inside of this Mesh. We are going to use what we call placer node. Placer node is going to help us put this object in the area of our mesh where we want to apply this. I hope this makes sense. So what we are going to do now, it's inside of the Mesh. So we have the Mesh distribute. The moment we click on Mesh, it is going to create Mesh distribute, Mesh repro. Now let me go to general for now. So let's see. So in our outliner, remember what we have before is just this plate and curve group and donut for the light that we created, including this plane. And these are the three cylinders we created. Maya automatically hide them the moment we enable this Mesh. So now we have Mesh and we have Mesh repro mesh. The Mesh repro mesh, it's this here. Now you can see we just have one object, but it is so many. We have one object in our outliner, but we have so many instances of that object. That is what I'm trying to explain to you. So we have this now. We need to add a placer node. So we don't need this Mesh distribute. I just increase this Mesh distribute so that you can see what is really going on here. So if I take this Mesh distribute down to 0, everything is going to disappear. We don't have it and we don't have anything again. So what we are going to do now is to go to Mesh. We want to place this on the icing itself. So we're going to look for the one that say placer. Let me find that. Where is it? Which is this one here, placer. So we're going to click on it and it's going to pop this up, add placer node. So we're going to click on that. And here we are in Here we are in the placer node. We have brushes here. We have add, delete, collide, ID, nudge, and so on. And you also have the move, rotate, and scale. That is if you want to modify this individually. And we have some other options here, which I'm going to show you some later. So for us to start placing the icing or not the icing, for us to start placing the sticks on our icing, we need to select this plus here, and you can just say drag over a model to begin placing. So what we are going to do now is to come here, and you can see this is very big. So I'm just going to set the brush to 0.05, play around with the size that works well for you. And yeah, and when you do this, it won't place anything. This is not an error. Just come back here, click here, and come back. You can start placing. But now you can see it is placing only one of the objects we created. We created 3 objects, but it is placing only one. So how are we going to do this? This is where we are going to create an ID node. So the ID node we are going to create, when we create this mesh network, it holds the whole 3 objects, but it is, I don't know what is happening. I really can't explain this. I don't know what is happening, why it's just having only one of the object inside. So we need to tell Mesh with the ID node that we have 3 objects and I want to make use of these 3 objects in my mesh. So to do that, we need to go back to the mesh from here. Keep in mind, this is mesh placer, this is mesh distribute, this is mesh, and this is mesh repro. We are going to work on this later. So we need to come back to the mesh and we're going to look for the word that says ID. So we're just going to click on the ID and add ID node. Take a look at what happened. You will notice that now we have all the objects we created. So here is 3. The ID count is 3. If your object is more than 3, you want to increase it from here. This is just what I'm going to do in the ID node. I'm not going to do anything more than this. So I will come down to the mesh placer from here, select the brush, and I'm going to start painting. You can just keep painting one. Just keep painting, and you can see all this is just the same way. It is the same. It's not, it's just applying, like I said, it's applying the same way. But we want to make this random. We don't want this to be so just looking one like this. It's going to look like someone intentionally placed them here. We can also make use of scatter. You can see with the scatter what the scatter is doing. You can see, but it is still following the same shape, but this is a bit okay. Now, if you want to add more randomness to this, we can go back to the mesh and we're going to come down and look for the random node. Where is it? Which is this random, and add a random node. But now you can see what happens. Everything just scattered completely. Yeah, which is weird. So we're just going to take the position X to 0, position Y to 0, and position Z to 0. And we can play around with the rotation X, rotation Y, and rotation Z. So we can just play around with these 2, and we can go back to the mesh placer and continue. Let's go back. Let's select the mesh, go to the mesh placer, select the brush, and we can continue placing. And if it's going inside, don't worry, that is fine. I'm just going to leave it if it's going inside. So we can just do this way. And then I think we might want to add some around here, maybe here, so that it's going to be a lot. And if this is too big, I'm going to show you how to scale this down. But I think I'm okay with this size. I'm not going to scale it down, but I will show you just in case yours is too big and you want to scale it down. So I think we have some on the plate according to the Blender tutorial. But we are not following that. We're just trying to do ours ourselves. Now, if you're trying to have a random scale, you can do that from the random. But from here, where we have the random scale, you can just reduce it from here. You can say, maybe you can just say, okay, let's say 5 for the scale. And now anything, just click here again. Anything you place, you can see how big it is looking. And I don't want that. Oh, I set it to 5 instead of 0.5. That is why it is too big. So now we can just scale. Let's click here and you can see how small it is looking. So we're having the random scale, which is really good. So we can just put that here. So we're going to have some randomness right here, here. Okay, this is just going to make it not look like a robot just place this. Okay. All right, this is fine. This is awesome. So I'm going to change the randomness back to 1. Hit on enter and make sure that I am in the front view of my scene. And I am going to, let me just click here back. And I'm going to place some here. And see, look at this. This is really going down, down, down. And this is not what I want. Well, let me just do some. Because of what I'm going to do to fix all this, I'm not going to do it too much. I think this is fine. So to bring this up, I can just select the move to, and when I select the move to, I just need to drag and select, and I can bring all this up just like this. I can bring all these up just like this. So I think I'm just going to leave them this way. And if you want to add some randomness, you can go ahead and add randomness. But if you want to edit this individually, like you want to edit one of them, you can select the rotate to just highlight that one. And then you can just rotate it the way you want to. So it depends on you. Just go ahead and edit it the way you want. Now we have this. It is time for us to put the color. You can see we don't have different colors here. You can just go here, select the repro, the mesh repro mesh, and just assign AI standard surface to this, and this is really going to work. Well, it's not going to have that color variation we need. For us to add that color variation to this, we need to add a color node. So we go back to our mesh. So we locate the mesh from here, and we're going to look for the one that says, where is it? Color. So we're going to click on that and add a color node. So you can see everything is white now, but we want random color. So what we are going to do is to come down to this part here that says random hue. Now, one thing I need you to keep in mind is to keep in mind of this name, color set. You can right click, you can't copy it, so let's just keep it that way. So now we can just set it to, we can just set the random hue all the way up, but you can still see nothing is going on. So let's go to the saturation and increase the saturation. And now you can see the value randomness. You can play around with the value randomness. So depending, if you want dark light, you can do that. So I think I'm going to reduce it a bit. So you can play with the random seed to give you different colors that you want. So if this is too bright, you can darken it to have some variant. So the blend mode is set to normal. You can set it to multiply. You can see, you can set it to subtract. You can set it to add, anyone you want, but I'm just going to set it to normal. So these are just the setting I'm going to use. So let me play around with the random. That is the value random. So I'm going to set the random seed. Let's just say something like this. It's fine. I can work with something like this. But let me show you something. So let's open anode render view. Let's hit on render. All right, take a look at this. You can see that we have the icing on top. We have the sticks on top of the icing, but we don't have those color. The icing is having its color, the plate is having its color, but we are not having the color of the sticks. So what is happening? We need to apply this color directly. Well, I really don't know how to explain this, but we need to connect this with anode so that anode can be able to read all these colors. So that anode can be able to read all these colors or be able to bring this out in the render view. So what we are going to do, let's go back to the hypershade. Let's go back to the texture. And don't forget to save. I've been working and I've not been saving. If Maya should crash, I'm going to cry. So let's just hit increment and save. Okay, so what we are going to do now is to clear the graph. We are going to right click, no, not right click, hit on tab and add an AI standard surface. Add that. Now what we just want, we want a data because this is a data, not like a normal color we have in Maya, just like we apply the color on AI standard surface. This is a data. So what we are going to do is to hit on tab and search for user data color, AI user data color. So we're going to select that. Now this attribute, remember I told you that it is important to keep that name in mind. So if I go back to my outliner and I select this mesh, I go to the attribute editor and I go back to the mesh color. You can see this name we have a color set. So this is the ID. So we need to come down to this place here and we're going to type color uppercase S and ET. Make sure that the name, the way the name is set here in the attribute editor, that is how you input it here, color set. Just that you can see it, color set. COLORSET. If you change the name, make sure you are using the name that you change it to. So let's come back here. Now that we've set it to color set, we can now just set the output color and we're going to connect it into the base color. That is all we need to do. So we can just select this one here now, highlight it and set that to, what are we going to call it? Sticks, or let's say icing sticks. Okay, that is what we are going to name it. So we can just name it to icing sticks. So we're going to select the icing. So we'll go back to our outliner and we're going to select the mesh repro mesh because the mesh repro mesh is going to hold all the data of the sticks we just applied. So we're going to right click on the icing stick and we're going to say assign material to selection. And now when we assign the material to selection, you can see it's still not coming. Yeah, everything it's showing well now, isn't it? Yeah, it's showing well. But if we go to anode render view again, and if we try to render, let's see what we can get. This is supposed to show, isn't it? Well, we don't have any data here. Why? That is because we still have one thing left to do. So let's stop this and let's minimize this. Now let's select the mesh repro mesh. Let's go into the attributes editor. Let's go to, let me really see, where is that? Let's go to anode And from the anode, let's make sure we check the export vertex color. So let's click on that. And when we click on that, that should bring everything out in the anode render view. So let's pop up the anode render view and let's re-render. Okay, so this is still not bringing out the color. So let's see what is going on. Did we select the mesh repro mesh? So let's go to the attribute editor, and here we have it export vertex color. So we have the AI user data color. So let's go here and see AI user data color. So we have this set to 1. Let's see what is going on. This is 2. And yeah, that is exactly what we need. So let's see what is going on. So we have this set to, let's see, is the name correct? Color set. Yeah, let's go to the outliner. We have the mesh mesh, and let's go to our mesh. Let's go to the attribute editor. Let's go to color. This is set to color set. So what exactly is going on? Because we should have this coming out right here. So let's come back here and let's see. Let's go to anode.
Welcome back. So it is time for us to render our scene.
So we're going to create a camera, create lights, and we're going to render. But before we do that, I hope you have add texture to your table because I already add my own texture. But this is a little bit different. So with the between the base color, between the connection of the base color, I added a color correct one. So all you just have to do, let me disconnect this. Let's disconnect that and disconnect this. All you just have to do is to hit on tab and search for color, and you're going to get the color correct. Just click on that and put it here. When you put it there, you just connect the output color into the in color, and you drag the output color into the base color of your AI standard surface. But I think this texture is not really looking well on it's not really looking well on my table. So first let me hide the grid for now. So let's select the table, go into the UV editor, and let's see what is going on there. Wow, this looks good. Everything is really looking okay. So yeah, I'm just going to keep it that way. Everything looks good. Yeah, everything looks good, I think. Yeah, I can work with that. So what I'm going to do is to go into the color correct from here. And we have less saturation, and it's going to be, the saturation will be all the way up to the hue, sorry. The saturation will be all the way up to 100, and you're going to have something like colors there. So you can just reduce the saturation, and the value, I can just reduce the value. I'm looking for something like call more of something that's going to give me lots of control. I don't know if it's here or it's not here, or maybe I don't just know how to find it. Let me see. So let's see the curve info. No, it's not really what I want. So yeah, like you get the idea. We're just going to work with this. So you can just use this to make some basic adjustment. So we don't have much here. Not much here. So I guess that's all we can play with here. So the value, you can play around with the value. I don't think the value is okay that way. So let's look at the gamma from here. So let's go for like 0.5. Yeah, that feels bad. Let's see here 0.5. Interesting. All right, so the color offset, we're not going to play with the color offset. So I think the value, I'm just going to take the value up a bit. It's just fine. It's just fine. The fact that I don't have curve, it's a little bit annoying. Okay, so now we are done with all this. I just have to go back into my normal workspace, and I'm just going to increment and save. Now we don't need this light anymore. So I'm going to select the light and delete it. Go back to my poly mode. Just go back, hit on Alt K. Okay. So the first thing we need to do now is to create a camera. When we create a camera, we will be able to properly frame our donut in scene. So to create a camera, you want to go all the way to this part, hit on create, and come down to camera and camera. So when you create that, this is the camera that we have. And I'm just going to come down to this part here that says camera. I'm going to click on that and name it to render cam and hit on enter. Now when we go into our outliner, we're going to get it here, render cam. All right, now to look through this camera, because currently we are looking through the perspective camera. To look through this camera, we just need to go over to panels from here, perspective, and we're going to select the render camera. So now we are looking through the render camera and it is zooming in on the donut, which is not what we want. So I'm going to zoom out and orbit around just to make this look good a bit. Now, there is something we need to do. We need to create a frame, and that is known as resolution gate in Maya. So take a look at these buttons here. You use all this to create your resolution gate in Maya. But before we do that, I want to have my perspective view, and I also want to have my camera view one side. So I have the camera view, the render cam already selected. So what I'm going to do is to go to panel, go to, just come down to this part that says tier of copy. And when I do that, it is going to create a copy of the, let me see, it creates a copy of the perspective view. And let's go to camera. We have the render camera selected. So let's go to panel and let's go again, tier of a copy. And it still give me the perspective view. What is going on with Maya right here? So let's go to render and set this back to viewport. Okay, we still have, this is the viewport and that is not what I want. Let me see, let's go to panel, perspective camera. And let's go back again to panel perspective and let's select this from here. Then let's go to panel, let's see, and yeah, let's tear off a copy. Wow, Maya is doing some kind of miracle right here. It is not supposed to be giving us this. Okay, so now we have the render cam here selected. All right, okay, so this is the render cam. Right, that's fine. So let's just stop the render. Let's go back to viewport. Yeah, this is the render cam. Now, if you look at this cam, if we add a resolution gauge to this, you will see that the camera is currently set to a low resolution. So we need to make this at least a 1080p or maybe 4K. So to do this, you want to go over to your render settings, which is this one from here, and click on that. No, not that, sorry. That is render setting. So this is the render setting. Click that and it is going to open up your render settings. So you want to go in the common tab, you want to scroll down to the part that says renderable camera. You want to click on the drop down menu and set it to render cam. So from here we have preset HD 540. Then you click on the drop down menu and look for the one you think is really okay for you. So I'm going to set that to 1080p. And for now, I'm going to leave the resolution to 72. And for now, everything just stays the same. So we can close this now. Look at this. This is really looking good. Now we come back to this place and go to camera perspective and switch back to perspective view. So from here now we can shape, we can really make zoom our donut or fit it to the camera in a way it's going to make sense. So we can just maybe increase this again so that it's going to be bigger. So we can zoom this in here. Maybe, so let's put this here and then let's drag it up. And we're going to move this down to this part here. So now we just want the plate, the icing and everything to be in one group. So we're going to select the repro mesh, which is the sticks, plate and cup. And we're going to hit on G. We're going to group that and we're going to say, yeah, the plate and cup in one group. So I think I'm going to undo that. I'm going to put the plate, I'm going to put the plate, the donut inside of one group. So we go into the plate and cup group. We drag the plate, we middle mouse click, drag the plate and drop it. inside a donut. And we're going to select the Mesh Repro Mesh. We can even double click on this and name this to sticks and you can just drag it and drop it inside the donut. Okay, so if we select that group, we have the donut, the icing, and everything there. So when we select this, we have cup. So I can just drag this out and delete this plate and cup. We don't need it anymore. So I'm going to select this and then just move it close to this place here. So maybe I can bring this down just a bit, a bit, a bit. Now I can select cup and move it close, maybe to this part here, and rotate it a little bit so we can see the hand just a bit. So I think maybe I can still pull this just like this. All right, so I'm going to select my plane and maybe, just maybe, I will scale it. I don't want the texture to stretch, so I'm going to scale it up like this. So maybe just put this here, just like that, and zoom this in, rotate it a bit. And okay, so I think this works well for me. Now we're done with setting the camera. It is time for us to start lighting. So there are different lights in Maya. We have the sky dome light, we have the area light, and we have the skylight, if I'm correct. So we can come down here to lights. You can see that we have the area light, sky dome light, mesh light, photometric light, light spotter, and we have the physical skylight. Okay, so we're trying to mimic a real scenario like now. The reason why I'm doing this, normally I don't use such light. I just want to see if I can get the lighting close to as what as we have in the Blender Gurus tutorial. That is just what I'm trying to do. It's nothing serious. That's not how I actually light my scenes most times. So okay, so we're going to put this here. We can just, you know, we can just set this down a bit just there so we can see here. All right, so to create a light, we just have to go over to anode, come down to light, and we're going to select a physical skylight. Now that we have the physical skylight created, we can use lights from here to see the physical skylight, but we can't. So let's go into render and let's see anode if we can see the physical skylight from here. And yeah, you can see the physical, you can see the physical skylight. This is doing a lot. So I think we can zoom, we can, let me increase this so we can see that very well. So this is the physical skylight. So we need to go into the attribute of this light. We already have the AI skydome light. So we can go into the attribute of this light. Let's go into the attribute editor for the light. Now you can see we have the AI skylight. But you can see that if this is sky, the light, the tint, it's not supposed to be yellow, it's supposed to be warm. So we need to mimic that kind of light to make it warm. So we're going to come down to this part that says sky tint, or if you want sun, you can go for the sun. The sky tint, let me see, I that is way too bright, but I'm not getting what I want. The light I want is something I can change the temperature. So let me disable the sun. All right, so we've gotten the sky. And let me see the intensity. So the intensity, I'm going to reduce the intensity to somewhere around maybe 0.5. And that is not really doing much. So let me see if I can increase that a bit to something like this. Okay, this is fine. This is okay. So let me see. Let's go for let's see the elevation. Let's see what is going on here. Okay, this is a little bit lighter now, not as thick as it is supposed to be. So now what we are going to do is to mimic something like a window light, and we'll be able to achieve that with an area light. So let's take this back into the viewport for now, and we're going to put this here. Let's turn on lights, even if we can't see the skylight. Let's just work with that. Now we'll go back to anode, and we are going to create light, and this time we're going to create area light. I'm going to drag this light up, hit on E to rotate the light, and hold down J and rotate it just like this. Now I'm going to drag this light out to this part just like this. So let me put this down again. Now we can move this here, take it up, and maybe, just maybe, okay, let's rotate this completely. Maybe, just maybe, we can rotate this down just like it's going up. Sorry, we can bring this down just like this, and we can also shift it down to this place here. And I think rotate it again, but the light is getting bent, which is not what I want. So let me hold on J and just rotate it this, and also rotate it this way, maybe this way, and bring it down. All right, that's it's okay. So we can move this here, hit on R, we can scale it up just like that. And for now, we can see the light is still not showing in the render camera. So maybe we can see if we enable the light here, it is going to show. Well, the light is still not showing, so maybe we just deal with the render view, another render view from here. Now we go into the lights attribute, we select the light and go into area light shape 1, and we're going to get the lights attribute. So we can switch this renderer to anode for now. Currently, you can see that the light is not really doing anything because it's not active. So we can go over to the intensity, and we can change the intensity to something like 5. And as we change it to 5, it is still not doing anything. So we can take the exposure up to something like 7 and hit it. Now you can see that it is doing something just a bit. So one thing you need to look deeply when you are lighting in Maya, it's this what we call normalize. So if I uncheck this, the light is going to be brighter than the way it is supposed to be. Now I don't know by default why that is checked, but you can see, and for this, I am going to make use of it. So I'm just going to turn on the normalize and just work with that. Now we want to change the temperature of the light. We want it to be yellow since we are trying to mimic the sunlight. So we're going to come down to this part that says use color temperature, and we're going to check that. So if we come down, the light is going to be warm. If you want it to be that warm, more orangey, like, yeah, you can do that. But I want it to be a little bit yellow, just like this. Now the light is scattering a little bit. I want it to just feel like it is pointing directly to the cup and the plate itself. So there is what we call spread. Here, yeah, spread. That's what we call spread. So I'm going to reduce the spread of the light a bit so that it just focus. You can see how it is just going straight, just focusing straight on that. But this is too much, so I'm going to increase the spread because the light is very harsh at this point. Now we can just like say let's change the let's take the intensity, the exposure down to 6, and let's keep it at 6. So I don't like this light I am having here. This is way too bright. Like it's hitting this part too much, and I really don't like it. So I'll come down to my viewport, hit on W to select the light, take it up a bit, and also take it backward. All right, this is a little bit fair. Now we need to create something like a blocking for the light. So it's going to make it look like something is blocking the light that is passing through the window. So we need to fake all this. And since we are not going to be putting this in our scene, what we just need is just the cup and the plate itself. So we'll be able to achieve that. But hey, let me see. Let me hit on R and scale this down just a bit. So let's go off. So this is the sunlight. All right, let's go back to the light. Let's go back to this light. Okay, now we need to add those blocks. So to add the block, we're just going to make use of a plane. To add the block, let's hit on R. And I'm going to scale that up just like this. Now, this is a little bit slow because of the another renderer. So let me go back to viewport for now and try to do all this. All right, so I think the lights finally decides to work. That's funny. So let's rotate this. Hold on, J, and rotate this. Now you can see it is blocking the light. So we're going to hit on W to take this back, and we're going to bring this here. So let's go into renderer. Let's go into anode and let's see what we have there. So this is not blocking any single thing. So let's hit on W back and let's bring this here. Okay, now you can see what we are having. It is really blocking the light just a little bit, casting a little bit of shadow. If we shift this, it is opening very well, and if we take this in, it is closing in, and we're having lots of shadow here. So let me just bring this out a bit. Okay, this is looking good. I think maybe I might rotate this scene just like this a bit and just take this up here. Now this is looking a bit okay, but I think the warm is too harsh, so we're going to select light, go back into the temperature, and let's increase the temperature a bit, and let's see. This is a bit okay, but let's just bring this down. Let's bring it again. Yeah, so that we have this warm feel. So I want to add another of this blocker here. So I'm going to hold on shift and clone this. Hit on J, hit on E, hold on J to rotate just like that. Hit on W, and I'm going to bring this in just like this. So let me see until I get part of it to let me see, let me bring this back here. Okay, so I think this does not really affect the light here. It's just only this one. Okay, so to do that, to make it affect the light, we need to shift it down to this place here. Okay, so now you can see that we have that shadow there a little. Okay, and this is coming in to our camera. Is it coming in? No, it is not coming in. Okay, that's outside of the camera. So we can, okay, yeah, it's coming in. No, it's not coming in. Let me see. It's definitely not coming in. My eyes. So let me click off. Yeah, it's definitely not coming in. It's not coming in. It's never coming in. All right, so we can maybe select this and let's say, let's open this a bit. No, let's close this in just a little bit. Okay, this is looking good, but we really can't see some other things. So first, let's go into the light editor from here. So what we are going to do is to turn off the skylight. So let's click on this, and that it's going to turn off the skylight. So we can now see the use of just the light itself. So we can play around with this light. So maybe I can scale it. And for the spread, I'm going to, let me see if I increase the spread. Wow, when I increase the spread, it's not really coming in very well. So I can reduce the spread. Yeah, this is what I want. I want that look there, that exact look. I want it to just pass through just like that. So I'm going to move this here. Hit on E and just try to rotate it a little. Yeah, so I get those sharp edge. Well, you can also just get that without making use of all this by reducing the spread. But you see, this is also doing a lot of work. So this light is too harsh. It's very harsh. So we go into the intensity and let's drop down the intensity to 3. And let's really see what we are going to get. Okay, this looks good from here. And let's take the temperature up a bit again. I think, let me see this. Yeah, this works well for the temperature. No, let's go down. Let's make it a little bit yellowish. Okay, this works well for the temperature. Now we can bring back our skydome light. So I'm just going to put this in my second screen here. So just know that anytime the light goes off, it is my skydome light that it's going off. Now we need to fill this place because this is looking a little bit flat in as much as it is looking good, but it is still looking flat. We need to add a fill light here. So the first thing I'm going to do is to turn off both lights, and just switch this back to viewport. Now I'm going to create another area light. I'm gonna hit on W, drag this out, hold down E and hold on J to rotate this, hit on R, and I'm going to scale this up, E, J, and yeah. So we're going to hit on W, bring this back and maybe here. And I'm going to take this back. Just take this back and take it way up. Yeah, I'm supposed to take that light way up, but I'm going to take a look at that later. So I'm going to take this way up just like that. Let me do that from this view here. Let me put it here. I'm going to hit on E, hold on J, and rotate this maybe here. And I'm going to bring this down to face down just like that. So let's go back into the anode renderer and let's see if the light is going to have any effect on this. So I think E to bring this down to make it face down a bit. Okay, now we can go into the intensity and maybe set the intensity to 4, and let's see what is going to happen with the intensity that is being set to 4. Of course, this light is not really going to be bright like the other two lights we have. So let's see the intensity. No, that intensity is not doing anything. So let's take the exposure up to 5 and let's hit on enter. So this is doing something, but not as much as it is supposed to do. So let's go and check the normalize. Okay, so now we can take down the intensity to about 2. Hit on enter. And the exposure, we're going to take the exposure to somewhere around 1 and hit on enter. Yeah, let's say let's say 2, hit on enter for the exposure, and the intensity, let's go 3 for the intensity. Okay, this part very, of course that part is showing, so we're going to take this up, and maybe my cup, I can let me go into my outliner, select my cup, I can bring this down here and maybe rotate this to something so that I can see inside of the cup very well. Okay, I can see inside of the cup. This is very fine like this. I'm okay with this. I can see inside of the cup. Now, let me go to the light again. Okay, so now let's turn on the other light. So I'm going to turn on the sky dome light first, which is the main skylight, and then I'm going to turn on my sunlight, and let's see what our scene is going to look like. Awesome. This is looking so good. This is looking so sweet. But we have a little bit of distortion on the camera. So I will go to when you look at the plate, it's a little bit distorted, feels like it's bent. So I will go to the camera settings. I'm going to select the camera from here, go into the attribute editor. I'll come down to the focal length. The focal length is currently set to 35. I'm going to set this to 120 and hit on enter. Of course, it's going to change a lot. So I'll just go back into my viewport and just zoom this out a bit. Now you can see that that distortion we have there before, it's no longer there the way it is supposed to be. So now we can go back to renderer and go back to anode. Now take a look at this. This is really, really looking so sweet. I love the shadows I'm having. Everything is really looking so good. So let me see something. There is something else I want to show you guys. I want to pull up the reference. Let me go into where I have the reference. Okay, I'm just taking out my time on this because this is important. We just need to really um, get this right for us to achieve a nice and clean render. Okay, so here is my reference. I want to show you something. Let me scale this up. If you look at this icing, you can see that it is catching some light inside of the eyes. It's just like there is light underneath the icing. Just pay close attention to that. It is like there is light underneath the icing. So if you also look at this, it feels like there is light underneath the icing. So as the donut. Now, when you put your hand in the front of a touch, it is going to feel like there is light inside your hand, and you're going to be able to see the blood inside your hand very well. So that is referred to as subsurface scattering. So we need to enable that to achieve such light on our own donut here. So we are going to select the eyes in, select the sticks. We're going to select the eyes in. We'll go into, let me reduce this just a little bit and bring it down here. Let's use this as an example. We'll go into the icing material and we're going to scroll down to the part that says subsurface. So we're going to click on that drop down menu. You can see that currently the weight is set to 0. Now we're going to increase the weight of this subsurface scattering. So you might not really see. Let me just set this to viewport. Yeah, we have the light. And then if I turn off the subsurface scattering, you can see what is happening there. So if I increase this, you see what is happening. We are having some light under the icing itself. So the radius, let's go with the scale. The scale is going to determine how much light you want it to catch. Now, if you can really see that from here, pay close attention to this part. So if I increase the scale from here, let's see, let me take this down. You can see that it is getting small, but when I increase the scale, it is getting big. Or let me see, when I increase the scale, yeah, it is getting small, and when I increase it, it is getting big. And if you want more light, you can just increase the weight from here. So let me scale this up very well, and now we can switch to anode and let's see what really happens there. So let's deselect that. So you can see that we have a lot of subsurface scattering, but it is now affecting our icing, making it look so crazy. So we're going to select the icing and go back into the subsurface scattering, and we can just decrease the subsurface scattering. We don't want it that much, maybe 0.115, and we're going to decrease the scale. Now we can just deselect the icing. Maybe we still see the icing. So now you can see this is looking a little bit fair. Yeah, this is looking fair. I love this here. It's not making it look too saturated and too fake. So I will go back into the icing, but I think I'm just going to reduce the subsurface scattering just like, let's say 0.05. So that's going to be 0.50. And for the scale, let's just do the scale 2. I hit on enter. So we're just going to leave this that way. Now we can go for the donut, just a little subsurface scattering. So we can just add the same value, 0.05, hit on enter. And for we're just going to set the value to 2. Okay. So now we can see, let's take a look at the rendering. Now let's deselect this. Okay, so I feel like our icing is not even saturated as it is supposed to be. I really don't know why. Let's go to the hyper shade from here, and then let's clear the graph first, and let's select the icing, right click, and let's graph the network. So let's zoom in. This is the roughness. Where is the base color? This is the the base color. So let's search for, let's see if we can get something like saturation. No, so let's go for color. Uh, color. So let's look for the color correction. Where is it? Where is it? Color correct. Now let's plug in this into the color here, and let's drag the output color into the base color. So let's select this node. Let's go from here. The saturation is all the way up, and the hue should be the same way it is. We don't want to change the hue, or maybe we can change the hue of the icing. And then let's see, is there no, let's just take it back to the default. Now this is not giving me the kind of saturation that I want. I don't know if there is, let's see if maybe we can go for like 3. All right, awesome. So we can increase the saturation, but man, that's way too much. So we can go for something like 1.5, and let's see, 1.5 works. So we'll have that saturation. Maybe we can go for something like 2, and let's see. Awesome. 2 works. 2 works. Perfect. 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 This is looking so good. This is looking so good, and I love what I have here. So I can just close the hypershade and go out of the hypershade. So everything is looking so good. Everything is looking so perfect. Now it is time for us to just go ahead and render. And if you've not saved, make sure to save. But we have a little bit of space here. So I want this to be a little bit equal with this one here. So I can just push this here a bit. Yeah, to properly align it in the middle. Now, if you want to make your lighting different, you can go ahead and make your lighting different. But I think I'm super okay with this. I love everything that I have here. So I'm just going to stop the rendering from here. Now I will go over to anode. No, not anode. I'll go into the render settings from here. I'm not going to explain all of these, but I usually forget all this, but I just bump all this up. Most of the times I add this to 5. This is the diffuse light, and this is the specular highlight. The specular, we're talking about the shine. So this that is 2, I'm going to set this to 4. And the transmission is how much light you want to pass. And like I really don't know how I'm going to explain all this. Assuming we make use of some maps now, all this is actually going to be a little bit easy. But don't worry, I'm going to leave a link in the description to this where you're just going to read and go through all this. Sometimes I forget most of all these things. So for the specular, I'm going to set that to 4, transmission to 4, subscattering surface, which is SSS. I'm going to set that to 4. And the volume indirect, I'm going to leave that. So we go to system, you can switch between GPU. I'm going to leave mine to CPU. And we go to AOV. What I usually add here is just output the noise in AOV. That's just what I need. I don't need anything else. You can just add anyone you want to do. It's up to you. Now we'll go back to the common settings from here. I'll scroll all the way down to this part that I have 72. I'm going to set this to let's just say 300 as the resolution. Now if you want to input a custom width and height, maybe you want to use 4K or 2K, you just go ahead and input it here. Once you are done, you can just close this window, and also you close this one, but it's not really needed. So you just go to Anode and open renderer. And when you open the renderer, this is going to pop up. Now this is going to start rendering by itself. So it is going to select the main camera, which you have already selected. You can see here we have render cam shape. So it is rendering the cam which we created. So now you can just zoom out, sit, relax, and allow Anode to render for you. All right, so that is it. Let's wait for Anode to finish. And this is how you can easily create your own donuts in Maya.
When your render is done, how do you save? Because it's just going to finish rendering in the render view screen. So if you want to save, you can just go over to File, go to Save Image, and this window is going to open up. I already saved all this here. So what you want to do, this is a little bit tricky. You can see in the save as type, that is the file type, we have image file. In a bracket, we have JPG, PNG, TGA, and so on. Normally, if you want to save from any programs like Photoshop, when you hit on save, you're going to get an option from the save as type to select the particular file extension you want to make use of. But we don't have something like that here. So, how are you going to save? Once you hit on save image as, in here you just want to type in the name. So let's just say you want to make use of render 2. So you just type in render 2. And what you're going to do, I already have render 2 here. Wow, okay, no problem. I'm not going to save this. So what you want to do is for you to decide the extension you want to make use of. So you have different extension here. You can see we have .jpg, .png. So what you want to do next is just to hit on .jpg or .png, .tga, .tif, .iff, .exr, and so on. And once you're done with that, just hit on save. Now, when you go into your project folder, which is document Maya project, the name of the project folder you created, images, you are going to get all the files you save, except you want to save it in a different place or you want to save it differently. So just keep that in mind. So once you're done with all, you just hit on save, and that is going to be okay for you. Now, I did a couple of renders. This is a different view. So if you want to change the view, if you want to render a different view, go into your go into your viewport and rotate the scene, or just change the scene or position the scene the way you want to do it, just the way we said it before. But what I want to show you here, it's difference between these two. Take a look at this. These two are the same scene, but this is catching a lot of light at the top, and why this is not catching a lot of light. And that is because for this, I increased the subsurface scattering more than the value we used for the first one. So for this, I guess for this I go way up than what I have here. That is why it's just like this. It's not really catching light because it's absorbing the light. When you enable the subsurface scattering, light is really going to enter your object. So that is the reason why this one is like this. So if you increase the subsurface scattering and you find out that you're having something like this, well, no need to worry, because this is exactly what happened. So this is it. This is everything. This is how you can easily create the popular donut blender series in Maya.